Morning everyone, and welcome to Tuesday's action here at the Online Darts Live League. It is of course Champions Week, and day 2 of Champions Week in Group A will start with Kevin Burness at the very top of the table. Only one person can get through Group A, so who will it be? You'll have to stay tuned today and tomorrow to find out. But to get things started, it's going to be, of course, Scotland in the shape of Gary Stone and England in the shape of the modern amateur darts world champion, that is Jared Cole.
To throw first, game on.
Your referee for today is Charlie Costafine. And Gary looking to get a hot start today in second position in the table
80.
on 6 points. Now it has to be said, at the end of Monday's play, there was a very good effort from the chasing pack
60.
in keeping Kevin Burness at touching distance. He could have had a 4-point gap coming into Tuesday, but by virtue of a 4-0 defeat, his only defeat of the day, and that came at the hands of Richie Burnett, that allowed Gary Stone registering 6 points and Robert Owen registering 6 points to be within one win of the same points tally as the table topper. Someone like Jared Cole, for instance, who's had a very good start
140.
here, will be looking for a better start than yesterday. He lost the opening match yesterday to Robert Owen and registered 2 wins from 5 games.
121.
Terrific first start throughout this leg. Can he finish it?
96.
He casts a shadow over the bullseye.
50.
But Gary Stone is on double 16 and
on
takes a very good 14 darter
Stone
to start things off. We did have an exceptional standard yesterday from all 6 players. And you just get the feeling after that first leg it's going to continue.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
People did play very well against Jared yesterday, it has to be said.
41.
Robert Owen in that opening win against Jared averaged just shy of 100.
140.
And don't be surprised if Gary Stone does average around the 100 mark. Yesterday, he had a best average of 97.89. Running average for the day of 90.59. And in fact,
100.
4 of the 6 players from yesterday averaged over 94 the day. One of the players that did not was Jared.
140.
At 87.67. But this is Champions Week, and this is the strongest group of Champions Week, arguably. So you are going to see the best players from the last 4 weeks in form, trying to qualify for Saturday night's finals,
139.
where there is a £7,000 cheque up for grabs.
Jared, you require
There is pressure on this
56.
56. Double 10.
36.
Early
Gary,
fragility
120.
from Jared Cole. 3 misses at double. If Gary finds a 60 and doesn't, he could have had a shot at tops to keep this early charge going.
60. Jared, you require 20.
Got to fix it this time. Double 5.
10.
That was the story of the game
Gary,
against Gary yesterday.
60.
And tops is found for Gary Stone, and he's not missing doubles when he gets there. He was given the opportunity twice in this match already after Jared missed the bullseye in leg 1, but a lot more misses in leg 2.
It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yes, you look at the game from yesterday, which Gary Stone won by 4 legs to 1.
81.
You don't have to look too deep to find out why Jared did not get the win. He averaged 81.5, but only 6% on his doubles. Whereas Gary Stone
100.
with 86.5 and 67% on his checkouts.
125.
That's the thing that won him the game. And of course got him his third win of the day. Gary worked very hard yesterday for all of his points. And he thoroughly deserved the 3 wins that he did get. But at times, he was imperious. I think this is the best I've seen Gary Stone play consistently for a while. I would expect to see him in the finals on Saturday, whether it's through this group or indeed another one later in the week. We'll go through the permutations of the group positions after tomorrow in the next leg, if indeed you are tuning in for the very first time.
81.
First and foremost, though, Jared Cole has got to get somewhere close to Gary's position.
100.
That's decent.
Gary requires 74.
But he wanted a lot more after the first start. Gary hasn't missed a double yet.
54.
He has now.
Jared, you require 106.
Needs a confidence boost. It could come in the shape of double 16.
90.
But it's another missed double.
Gary,
that's now 7
20.
attempts with no success. Gary Stone has got success on double 10, and that's a 3-0 lead now. So if he keeps going in this direction, Kevin Burness is going to have some company on 8 points when he starts his campaign for the day.
To throw first.
Yes, so this is Group A. 6 players.
100.
5 games per player today and tomorrow to finalise who goes through this group. Only one person, the person who tops the group, will go through automatically to the finals on Saturday night. Positions 2, 3 and 4 in the table will go through to Group B, which will be Thursday and Friday night.
100.
And then positions 5 and 6 will play in Group C, which is the same time slot on Thursday and Friday, starting at 9:30 AM local time.
25.
Even when Jared's scoring a maximum in a leg, he's getting a bit of bad fortune in the next visit. And back comes Gary Stone.
121.
It would be some effort from Jared Cole just to get a leg in this match. But he's going to get a look at 96, and he's going to have to hit it.
100.
Because Gary is well positioned
96.
and full of confidence. So Stone's going to get 3 darts to win 4-0 in the first game of the day.
Gary, you require 40.
And he has won by 4 legs to 0. Gary Stone with the ideal start for his campaign on moving day, which is what I like to call Tuesday in Group A. Perfect from him, 98.56. And it's a case of the same as yesterday, a heavy defeat in match 1 for Jared Cole. And his opponent has averaged 99 pretty much, but 67% on doubles for the second game in a row against Jared Cole. That will get it done most of the time. We're going to move on to Game 2 in a few moments' time, and that's going to be Martin Adams and Robert Owen. Owen is in touching distance of the top, but Adams has got a lot to do. Hello and welcome back. We had a little break there after that blistering start to Tuesday for Gary Stone. He puts in almost his best performance of his career here at the Online Darts Live League. But what will we get from the other part of the chasing pack, the closest part of the chasing pack, and Robert Owen? He's up against Martin Adams now. Looking forward to watching Martin today, always starting with a smile. But he starts at the bottom of the table today on 2 points. Currently 6 points adrift of Gary Stone, who is currently occupying the top spot on leg difference. But Kevin Burness is on 8 as well. And Robert Owen, the 36-year-old from Bridgend, will also be on 8
First
points
leg, it's Martin
if
to
he
throw
finds
first.
2 points here.
Game on.
I have to pay tribute to these guys who have qualified for Champions Week. They've done so with some phenomenal talent.
100.
But to spend time with these guys over the last month, it's been a privilege. Really, really do enjoy the company of Martin Adams, and why wouldn't you?
26.
Great ambassador for the game and for everything he's done over the last 30 years. It's a real privilege to spend time with him. Same can be said for the likes of Robert Owen, who wears his country's colours with pride.
28.
And maybe a glimpse into the future of the game with the likes of Jared Cole and some other young players who have played here, like Keelan Kay, for instance.
60.
But the reason why these guys are here this week is because they've played well in their respective qualifying weeks. Martin won his qualifying week, but if he is going to get to the finals,
85.
you would guess from his position today that maybe he's going to have to play in more than one group. Unless, of course, he has a really good Tuesday
60.
and Wednesday and doesn't put a foot wrong, because I get the feeling that the winner of this group is going to need at least 20 points.
180.
First 180 of the day for Martin Adams. It won't be the last. And that leads me to yesterday, which saw 46 180s. That is a Group
Martin, you
A
require
daily
108.
record. If we do that again, it will be some standard for the day. One of the reasons why we got 46 is because Robert Owen got 10 of them. Tied for the top spot in that table with Kevin Burness. He asked me this morning, somewhat quietly, how many 180s did I get yesterday?
81.
And when I said 10, I think he was impressed.
Martin, you require 65.
First blood to Wolfie will be if he hits tops.
Game shot on
That
the
looks
first
very
leg.
tidy
Martin
indeed.
Adams.
And 18 darts is enough to take the first leg against Robert, who he suffered a defeat to yesterday. So he is looking to turn things around here in match 1 for himself.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
The impressive thing about that match yesterday, it wasn't really the averages, because Robert Owen averaged 88.
100.
Martin 91. Yes, that's not bad. We judge them by very high standards. But when it comes to high standards on doubles, I don't think anybody could have touched Robert Owen yesterday on the outer ring when he was playing Martin.
95.
100%. 4 shots hit from 4. They're the best of 7 games that you dream of.
43.
But also touching on yesterday, an overall average for the entire field of 90.14. That is a high standard. And that would have been even higher
68.
if Richie Burnett's average against Burness in match 13 had been higher. He did have an opportunity for a huge average, but it took him 9 darts to get over the line eventually in that win.
100.
We will talk more about that in the following match, because Richie Burnett will take on Kevin Burness in match 3. Whatever you're doing today, we thank you for your company, whether you're tuning in
55.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel or via the streaming services of your preferred bookmaker. Please remember, if you are having a bit of a flutter today, please gamble responsibly. It's over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Adams failing to get a treble there, which gives Robert Owen that little cushion and the opportunity to rid himself of the 175, possibly in 4 darts.
137.
And that possibility is still there. What kind of pressure can Martin put on that position that Robert has given himself?
140.
It's good pressure.
Require 38.
That might force Robert to go straight for this. First time he's missed a double against Martin this week.
Game shot on the
but
second
it doesn't last long as he takes care of the 38 in no time whatsoever. And this one is tied up at 1-1. When they played yesterday, it was 4-3. It could be another close one.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I will say that the weather around our local area here at the Online Darts Live League is dismal. It's what I classified
85.
to Wolfie this morning as good darts weather. And by that I mean good to be inside in a temperature-controlled environment playing an indoor sport.
100.
That's why a lot of players prefer to play in the winter. Because the last thing they want to see when they've got a full day of darts ahead is beautiful weather outside.
121.
Robert Owen knows all
60.
about contending in Group A, as does Martin. Good experience of playing the 3-day group. They know how to pace themselves, but they know with the company they're keeping right here,
140.
they're going to have to go some today. They're going to have to keep pace with Gary Stone, with Burness, and each other. The pressure is on Owen
140.
to keep pace with
Martin
the guys on 8 points.
155.
His slip-ups today have to be minimal. But you would say with Martin's
45.
position in the table, his slip-ups have got to be even more minimal. 105 is the minimum score here, but he's going to stay up top and try and get the
100.
second 60,
Martin, you
which was a bit of a gamble. He's now on a 3-darter as opposed to a 2-darter. But he is going to get a shot at it.
78.
Nice lead from Martin after 15.
Robert, you require 101.
This would change things. Double 16 with 1.
69.
That was very, very close.
Martin, you require 32.
Very good effort from Robert to break the throw.
Game shot on
But
the
it doesn't
third
work
leg.
as Martin Adams gets a 17-darter this time. He is keeping himself in 6-visit range on his throw, so he's there for the taking if Robert can find a 5-visit leg.
It's Robert to throw first.
He's got to maintain his own throw now and then strike again
100.
in the next one. If Robert Owen does not come away with a victory here, and Martin continues to hold in 6 visits on his throw,
41.
that is an opportunity missed. A player of Robert's quality will expect to have a 15-dart leg or better on Martin's throw at some point, and if he doesn't do that, then he will recognise that he has himself to blame. biggest issue might be defending his own throw now.
180.
Because he's 97 behind in the middle portion of this leg. And Adams is making his move. And we all know from watching him the last 2 years in the Live League that if he gets a good start
26.
on a day, it usually materializes into a brilliant day.
$62.
There were some heavyweights in last year's Live League. Wolfie, Ed House, Dave Evans. Some great competitors throughout the lockdowns.
140.
But Wolfie put in such a shift in 2020. And he's put in a big shift in 2021. This is match number 175 he's played in 2021. He's played more matches than anyone. Back comes Owen.
171.
With a perfect 171. He's not going to take his own leg in 5 visits, but boy was that 171 needed.
100. Robert, you require 40.
I just don't expect him to miss this.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't.
fourth
Robert
leg.
Owen does
Robert
find the
Owen.
mark on the outer ring once again, and we are back all square. So the same question is in the air. Can Robert Owen find a 5-visit leg on the
Fifth
Martin
leg,
Adams
it's
throw?
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Or can Martin find a 5-visit leg to force Robert to find a 4-visit leg?
100.
If you think that's what a dart player is thinking about as they're playing, you'd be wrong. They're in the game. They're not thinking too much. They're just doing instead of thinking.
140.
And that's when dart players really do play their best stuff. When their mind is empty.
$135.
That's one of the things that sports psychologists tend to massage with these kind of sports people. Try to empty their mind of all of the clutter when they're in a competitive environment.
140.
If a dart player comes up to you after they've won and they cannot remember the victory, it's a good thing because they were 100% focused.
58.
And that's usually when dart players get their best averages. When they're in this zen state.
$65.
Well, 3 visits in, he's on a finish. There's the man from Bridgend. And he's going to have to hit that 156, I think. Because that is a magnificent maximum.
Robert, you
A
require
third of the game for Martin
156.
Adams. Did say that if Adams got
60.
that 5-visit leg,
Martin, you require 28.
Owen would have to find something spectacular. It's exactly
shot on the
that,
fifth
what
leg.
he's just
Martin
done. His best leg
Adams.
of the contest so far. And it is equaling his best leg of the week so far. So Martin Adams looking good at the start of Tuesday.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The average for Wolfie has gone up over the 90 mark. Owen around the 87 mark. It's very
100.
reminiscent of what we saw from these guys yesterday. A close match, same averages, and both very good on the outer ring. 60% for Adams, 50% for Owen.
180.
But this is a move. You look at the way that Adams played yesterday, his best average was 91.42. If he keeps going this
100.
way and wins 4-2 with a 12 or 13 darter, he's going to better that. The eyes go to the heavens for Robert Owen as soon as he sees that 4th consecutive treble 20.
66.
He sees 2 more trebles, but they're small ones.
$85.
That wouldn't be the worst score for Martin, because it would leave him on 170. But the Owen throw is under
55.
so much threat right now. He's got a little bit fortunate there with Adam slipping into the treble 5. He's got to pounce on that mistake.
60.
He's not able to do so. He can only leave 156 after 12 this time, as opposed to 9 in the last leg. And here comes Martin again with the approach shot. Again looking to leave a double with a maximum.
121.
Didn't
Robert,
quite
you
work
require
out.
156.
But Owen is against the wall here.
$100.
He now has to rely on possibly
Martin requires 79.
2 match darts missed. He's going to go treble 13 first. That's hit 18, so that leaves 61. It's got to be 11 bull. For the match.
42.
He hits the 13 segment when he didn't need it that
Robert,
time.
you require 56.
So a match dart survived by the man from Bridgend. Needs this.
Game
And
shot
gets
on
it
the
right
sixth
in the
leg.
corner.
Robert
Oh, that was some shot, because the dart above tops was really in the way. The only way he was going to hit it is if he found the right hand
Seventh
corner,
and final
and he
leg.
did.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've talked many times about the way that Robert Owen's darts sit in the board. If you understand the way they sit in the board, you can understand why he went
100.
to the right hand side of tops. The entire left side was covered by the flight, the stem and the barrel.
85.
But for me, that was the best dart of that entire match to date. Under the biggest pressure, of course, as well, because he would have lost the match if Martin came back for the 37.
100.
And this is where the experience kicks in for Martin. In these best of 7 matches, and historically when he's played BDO tournaments in the past of best of 5, he will ton down
60.
and put pressure on the person who doesn't have the throw. What's your money on here? 140 a ton? Maybe more.
140.
I don't think there are many players who would say no to 161 after 9 in a last leg decider. But Owen gets himself back in.
180. Martin, you require
And that's his first maximum of the match. However, to win it with a biggie.
120.
Second match dart at the bullseye. And both have not found the green. Never mind the hole. Splendid match.
140.
Owen's in
Martin,
position
you
to win it
require
if Martin
41.
makes 2 more mistakes. He doesn't miss the single. Double 8. And he's missed
33.
4 match darts in 2 different legs. And Robert can steal it with that 5 visit
Robert, you
leg
require
that he has
36.
craved all match long. Double 9. He hasn't found
27.
it. What
Martin,
a
you
huge
require
chance
8.
gone for 2 points. Double 2.
Game, shot,
Match dart number
and the
6
match.
is
Martin
successful.
Adams.
And I get the feeling that Martin, when he walks out of that room, is going to wipe his brow just a little bit. He could have easily lost that one. But that was a fantastic game between these two. for the second day in succession. Really enjoyed it. The doubles checkouts were very similar. The averages were very similar. And that match was really tight. I really do wonder what those two guys are going to serve up tomorrow for Wednesday. There's a lot of water to go under the bridge before then, though. And first, we're going to turn to Burnett versus Burness. And Burness is trying to get back to the top of the table. Hello and welcome back. Match 3 is imminent, so let's get straight down to the board to see Richie Burnett and Kevin Burness. Yesterday, it was not close. And if we are going to see another drubbing here, I'm sure Kevin Burness is hoping it goes his way. But in match 13, Richie Burnett had his best performance of the day, averaging 100.2, winning by 4 legs to nil. And only 28% on doubles. There's more fish to fry when it comes to talking about that game. But first and foremost, Kevin Burness, top of the table.
First leg, it's Richie to throw
He
first.
was at the start of
Game
play.
on.
He is no longer, by virtue of Gary Stone winning by 4 legs to nil in match 1. And he has overtaken him on leg difference.
41.
We can't start this game without talking about yesterday's corresponding fixture, because you just get the feeling that Kevin Burness hit the wall a little bit after 4 victories from 4 games and then averaged 81 against Richie. Only got 1 shot at a double.
140.
Yes, he didn't play his best, but Richie Burnett played astonishingly well. He left 32 after 12 darts
60.
in the 4th leg. And if he'd hit that first dart, his average would have been over 115. As it turns out, he hit his 9th match dart.
140.
And he got the average that I've already mentioned, 100.2. So in the space of 3 visits, his average came down by 15 points.
140.
But what you've got with this group is a lot of quick-fire darts. You can't turn your head away
160.
from this action, especially when Richie Burnett is around, leaving 20 after 12. He's got company on a double.
180. Richie, you require 20.
What a first leg this has been. Double 5. And he thought it was in. Even Kevin Burnett saw the funny side of that one.
50.
That one isn't, though. I think he was put off by the fact that he thought Dart 2 was successful.
Kevin, you require 38.
The split option. Double 8.
30.
Great scoring from the 2.
Richie, you require 5.
But not able to take the leg straight away. Double 1.
Game shot.
Oh, it's in. We can see
Richie
just
Burnett.
about half the point in that double 1 bet as he celebrates that first leg of the day. He, a bit like Jared Cole, is looking for a better start to the
leg,
day.
it's Kevin to throw
That's a pretty
first.
good start right there.
Game on.
Yes, Richie yesterday started with a 4-1 loss to Gary Stone.
60.
He didn't get much better in his next game where he lost 4-2 to Robert Owen. But he did walk away from the day with 4 points by winning his last 2 matches.
42.
And he did play quite impressively for those 2 wins over Martin Adams and Kevin Burness. Averaging in the mid-90s for the 2 games. And if he can do that over the course of the 5 games he has today, he might just get himself back in the reckoning for the top spot.
100.
To be specific, Richie Burnett for the day averaged 92.19, 880s, and 35% on his doubles.
180.
It's that statistic for me that needs to improve more than anything else. There's never been a question over his scoring. But if you can just tighten up on the doubles a tiny bit
140.
in this very competitive
Kevin,
group,
you require
you
121.
might have a better chance of topping it. Is he going to go for it?
81.
Well, he did that a couple of times yesterday, but sometimes you can't tell with Kevin as to whether he's going to go for it or not. A lot of people would say, well,
59.
why go for the 11
Kevin, you
if you're not going to go for it?
40.
Getting closer,
No score.
but not close enough. So an outside chance for a break throw here for Richie Burnett.
160.
Hello. Oh, he'll be devastated with that dart. Look how good the first one was. You can see what it meant to him.
80.
He couldn't have dreamed of a better first dart.
Kevin, you require 40.
Burness has been warned.
20.
And he continues to miss on the outer ring. So
Richie, you require
Burnett this time
80.
has half the amount of what he had last time. And he gets the same first dart.
Game
And
shot
pinches
the
the leg on
second
double
leg.
10.
Richie Burnett.
There is the wave of apology. The one that I can't stand to see. We are here to win, of course. And when you win, you shouldn't have to apologise for it.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I always found that when people apologise to me, when they won a leg that I'd lost,
121.
that they were getting a big bag of sea salt and just rubbing it in an open wound. I
99.
have never apologised for winning a leg in my life, and I never will. But if Burnett can find another 4-0 victory against Burness,
100.
that really would bolster his position in this table. It would get him to 6 points. It would get him to 3rd position in the table
95.
within 2 points of the top 2. It would be game on and group on for the Prince of Wales.
100.
If you're curious as to who you're going to see later in the week, because of course Group B and C will follow
123.
Group A on Thursday. During the day, you have 4 players waiting in Group C. Chris Gilliland, Connor Scott, Johnny Haynes and Rob Collins
140.
will join the party and will take their spot in that group with the bottom 2 people from this group. But when it comes to Thursday night and Friday night, you've got Chaz Barstow, the man who
85.
blitzed his way to the Week 4 title,
Richie, you
with
require
Nick Fulwell
40.
and, of course, positions 2, 3 and 4 from this table.
Game shot on the third
But Richie
leg.
Burnett is now
Richie
7
Burnett.
deep against Kevin Burness this week. He has not missed a double in that 3rd leg, and he is looking like he's not going to miss a chance at all against Burness this week.
4th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 16 darts in this match so far.
180.
And if Burness does not get a leg in this match for the second day in succession against the Welshman, he's going to go to sleep tonight having nightmares about the 1995 world champion.
100.
That leg difference that he built up yesterday, which was delightful, has been cut down
60.
like a very small twig with a chainsaw by Richie Burnett. It was as high as +12 yesterday. It could be as small as +4 by the end of this match. Full credit to him, though. He is fighting with everything he can muster. And the strange thing is, his average is higher than Richie Burnett's right now. But that happens sometimes in these kinds of matches.
Kevin, you require 161.
Just working things out to see what he needs from here.
93.
Did the right thing. And will come back for 68 with 3 in hand. But what kind of pressure can be applied? It's going to be plenty.
100.
It's not quite enough, though.
Kevin, you require 68.
Double 4. Pushes the wire.
60.
Twice. I applaud that from Kevin Burness.
Richie, you require
I think a lesser player would really start to pull their hair out, but he hasn't got any hair to pull out. Ten shots at double in this match, and he hasn't hit one of them.
Kevin, you
but
require
maybe
8.
He's about to. He finally gets a double with dart number 12. And all you got to do is look at Kevin Burness, and you can't hate the guy. You couldn't dislike him if you tried. He's a great bloke, and he's finally got a leg against Burnett this week.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But for how long will he survive? It's not insurmountable that he can win from this position, because people have won from 3-0 down plenty of times this year.
100.
And we know that Burness has the ability to charge. The amount of times he's won by 4 legs to 0. I'd be here all day talking about it. But this is the issue he's got right now, is that Burnett is playing well at the start of the day. He's never been noted as a good Monday player, Richie Burnett. But when it comes to Tuesdays and Wednesdays, he really does start to kick in a bit.
180.
Well, I make that the 4th 180 of the day in this match for Kevin Burness.
140.
He might not get any chances to get any more. Now, Richie Burnett has got none.
57.
That's right. 0 180s.
Richie requires
Kevin Burness has got 4. And if Richie Burnett hits this, it will be the classification of what Bobby George says. 180s for sure, doubles for door. Bullseye to win it.
71 scored. Game,
magnificent.
And the match.
What a way
Richie
to finish
Burnett.
that match off. He has beaten Burness by 8 legs to 1 over the last couple of days. And what a way to get your first 2 points of the day. You don't see many bullseyes much better than that, do you? What a great first performance from Richie Burnett. We're going to get a good day from him. I can pretty much tell. But as for Burness, he's got recovery work to do. He's got company on 8 points. Lots of people challenging him now. That's 1 game down for all of our players. So match 4 is going to be Gary Stone and Robert Owen, 2 of the chasing pack. Well, who's going to take the lead in the table? Let's find out. Match number 4 about to begin, and the standard today has been very good indeed. I just get the feeling that things are going to get better. So, without further ado, let's go down to the board and find out if that's the case. Gary Stone and Robert Owen about to begin. One of them with a victory this morning already. And he didn't hang around, did Gary? But Robert was denied a first victory of the day by Martin Adams, but he did have his chance. 3 darts at double 18. Ended up missing 18s and 9s. And he walked away with a narrow loss
First
to the
leg,
former
it's
England
Robert
captain.
to throw first. Game on.
So the position in the table that Gary Stone currently holds is a pretty cushy one. He wasn't leading the table.
140.
And was in a bit of trouble yesterday in the middle portion of the fixtures. He was getting beaten.
140.
He lost to Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 2.
131.
He did manage to get a win against Robert Owen though. And it was a good performance. And that is how
64.
he was starting to charge at the end of the day, because he won his last 2, did Gary. But you would have to say that maybe his most complete performance was against
100.
Robert in match 12. If he puts in another one of those, he's not only going to have the top spot on the table, but he's going to have it on points.
66.
Because right now it's just on
Gary
leg difference.
130.
I just waited to see what he was going to do there. And I think he's got his head screwed on today. I think he fancies it.
140.
Double top will give
Gary
him a 1-0 lead.
40.
And the ideal start against the throw.
Game shot on the first
Perfectly
leg.
done.
Gary
He's not
Stone.
missing much today so far. And I get the feeling that Gary is ready to lift his level by about 2 or 3% today. And if he maintains that, he's going to be very hard
Second
to
leg,
beat.
it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
If you haven't got the darts against one of your rivals at the top of the
100.
table, which Robert Owen is, he's currently in 4th position now, but only 2 points behind. If you can start with a 13 dart break, that's signalling intent. And the intent yesterday against Owen, he didn't have to look far to find it.
140.
Because we had some huge, huge finishes yesterday. But nothing as good as what Gary Stone did against Robert. The big 170 checkout
85.
was never really in doubt. And usually, all the attention on a 170 checkout goes on the bullseye.
140.
But I'm going to pay tribute to Gary Stone's second dart in that combination. It was extraordinary. He had maybe 10% of the 60 to aim at.
140. Gary, you require 121.
He gets the corner there. And he's looking at the bullseye once again.
96.
Even when he's missing, he's
Robert,
not missing by much. That's a bad sign for this field going up against him today.
82. Gary,
To double the lead
25.
with another 5-visit leg.
Game shot on
Just
the
is
second
not missing
leg.
at all.
Gary
This is a
Stone.
blistering performance so far. And the one thing that's popping off the page so far for Tuesday is that Gary Stone is not losing any legs at all.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
4-0 against Jared Cole with an average of 98.56. 2-0 up
100.
against Robert Owen, and his average is much higher than that. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, because after 2 legs, it's not really that fair to judge it.
91.
I'll tell you what it is at the end. But the consistent thing he's doing right now is hitting his doubles when given the chance. It doesn't matter how many darts it's taking him to hit it, but he's almost visit perfect when at the outer ring.
100.
When Gary is in this kind of mood, he is one of the best 50 players in the world. The fact that he has never had a tour card is a bit of a mystery.
$140.
The PDC Tour's loss is our gain, because he's going to get another chance at another 170 checkout, which he's probably not going to have to hit.
7.
That is one of the most impressive 7 scores I've ever seen. $100. That was just begging for a 60 after that first dart, and he finds it. But when you are winning this amount of legs against this company without loss,
81.
Your confidence will be soaring.
70.
Has to go 16 bull now. Another attempt at the centre.
45.
Just the tiniest bit of fragility in that one, which Robert Owen has got to expose. I don't know whether that was wire or whether it was just a bad delivery.
$99.
He's done well to leave double 16 there. With only 2 darts in hand.
25.
Same route.
13.
Different result. What a chance that was.
Robert, you require
to go
32.
3-0 up. And Robert can count himself very fortunate that he's getting this shot.
Game shot on the third leg. Robert Owen.
Shot that he takes. Well, I mentioned in Robert's last match about the fact that Martin Adams walked away wiping his brow. It's Robert's turn to do just that.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Could have been, should have been 3-0.
180.
But when we're seeing Gary Stone respond like that, that tells me a lot about him. I've spent enough time with Gary to know what kind of player
85.
he is. He is the kind of player sometimes that beats himself up too much. And just by losing that third leg, he had
93.
every license to go into an old school mentality of shaking his head, should be 3-0 up, looking at the glass half empty. But look at him today. So
97.
far, nothing like that. Focus, brilliance, aggression on that 60.
125.
And even with that 125 and somewhat displeasure with that last dart, he understands that he still has position.
43. Gary, you require 103.
That 60's been at his mercy. Double top.
Game shot.
Brilliant 12 darter from Gary Stone. 3-1. And look at that response. After losing leg number 3, he comes back to the hockey and takes care of leg 4 in about a minute. No time at all.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We now have to start looking at the best performance that Gary Stone has put in individually in one game. I have that average in front of me.
140.
And I'm going to keep it at hand in case his performance is finished in the coming minute and a half.
100.
Because this could be his best individual performance of the year.
100.
It's very good. And Robert Owen has got to look at the 15s, the 25 here, or the 18s. Correct. Brilliantly done.
138.
Great tactics, excellent execution. He gets to the finish
140.
But unfortunately, Gary Stone
Robert, you
has
require
joined him in the zone.
167. 97. Gary, you require
Can it be finished right here?
121.
On the ball.
81.
Well, he's left tops. It's what you call a good miss, but nobody wants to
Robert,
miss
you
in that
require
spot. They want to
70.
finish on the 12 darter. And Robert Owen wants the game to keep going. But will it?
Game
Yes,
shot on
it
the
does.
fifth
Full
leg.
credit to Robert Owen,
Owen.
who protects his throw there in 5 visits. Oh, such a good game. I don't want it to end.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
There is, of course, the possibility that Owen could get out of jail here and
81.
win this one by 4 legs to 3. And that really would make Gary Stone's head shake, because he really has played well in this match.
22.
He just needs to get one more solid hold.
60.
But it looks to me like he's thinking a tiny bit more than he was a little bit earlier. And it's not going to be easy. Even after that 22 start, Owen recovers.
100.
Gary Stone's best individual performance in one match is 100.50.
100.
Robert Owen's is 100.64. So they're very similar in that aspect. But Gary Stone is going for a PB, and he's not far away from it. The averages reflect a one-sided
40.
contest.
Gary, you require 80.
Gary deserves to win this game, but he's the one who has to find it. His second match dart is at tops.
60.
So that's 2 misses. But he will be back.
99.
He will hope that this is match
Gary, you require
Gary
20.
Stone.
No score.
But it isn't quite yet.
Robert, you require
Bit
100.
reminiscent yesterday of Richie Burnett against Kevin Burness. Robert Owen hates that single one. It's the one thing he couldn't hit.
80.
And Gary Stone, who has missed 5 match darts
Gary,
now,
you require 20.
is now looking at double 10 again.
Game.
And
shot,
match dart number
and the
7
match.
is found.
Gary Stone.
He does get over the line in similar fashion to Martin Adams against Robert Owen a little bit earlier on. But his average dips under 100 in the end for the majority of that match. He was over 106. But those missed match darts really did plummet that average. So it's not a personal best, but it is 2 points. And he is clear on points at the top of the table for the very first time this week. So he's the man to catch. In match number 5, it's Kevin Burness trying to get his first points of the day, up against Jared Cole, who has got to get moving. Thank you for staying with us, and let's get cracking with game number 5 of Group A in day 2, of course. It is Tuesday, and everybody is starting to make a move. Is it Jared Cole's turn to make a move? Let's find out. He's up against Kevin Burness, who is now behind on points at the top of the table for the first time. He's been at the top since the very start of play yesterday. After the first matches were played yesterday, Burness occupied top spot on leg difference and protected that all day long. But he has lost that position now. Now what can he do about it?
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
So Gary Stone is at the top now on 10 points. Kevin Burness is not going to get top spot even with a 4-0 victory here.
100.
But he does need to keep the heat on Gary. As far as Jared is concerned now, he's 6 points adrift.
55.
After losing his first game of the day for the second day in succession, he can't afford to keep losing. So as the amount of games that are left decreases for the players in this group, the pressure mounts on every performance. There is a lot more pressure on
95.
Jared Cole than there is on Kevin Burness. But I am fascinated to see what happens over the course of the next 2 or 3 matches per player
65.
to see who's in contention and who is not.
$140.
So far this week, Burness has only lost to one player, and that is Richie Burnett. He's lost to him twice now. And when these guys played yesterday, it was a very good performance from Kevin. Mid-90s average, 40% on doubles.
59.
Almost what you expect from someone like him at that point of the day. He did take advantage of a somewhat
81.
under par Jared from Monday. And so far today, the first start of Jared just doesn't seem to be clicking.
81.
Which means the rest
Kevin,
of the visit does have pressure.
130.
Very good for another. That for the bull.
89.
I've seen a couple of bullseyes today so
Jared,
far,
you
but
require 100.
a few efforts that have been fairly languished away from the centre. Double 10.
90.
That's the one thing
Kevin,
in
you
Jared's
require
game today
41.
that just hasn't worked yet. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
It's worked for
leg.
Kevin though,
Kevin Burnett.
and that is a break of throw for him. So the ideal start goes the way of the Northern Irishman, and Jared Cole has got to start finding some doubles, otherwise he's going to be in all sorts of bother.
First. Game on.
Losing 4-0 in your first game is never ideal. And sometimes you're going to be
92.
swept aside by a great performance. And Gary Stone's performance in match 1 was great. But look at Jared Cole's attempts at double,
140.
of which there were 7 attempts. And he didn't hit any of them. That's the one thing that will be creeping into his mind right now.
100.
Every dart player on every day settles down once they've hit their first competitive double. It's just the way the
59.
game is. And Jared hasn't had that settler yet. The longer he goes without hitting a double,
135.
the worse it will get. Needs a treble 20. He almost threw that one, but somehow managed to
77.
rescue it, but it didn't give him a lot in the end anyway. Burness looking to take full advantage.
134.
That positional shot was wonderful. It means that it doesn't matter what Jared does on this visit.
46.
It's all up to
Kevin,
Kevin
you
to finish it
require
off
40.
in possibly 13 darts.
No score.
couldn't really see that top, so I suppose if he was going to miss double top there, better to miss it high and have another go at the next visit. His darts land very flat, so if he misses it north,
139.
it's always going to be a hard adjustment.
Kevin, you require 40.
Can't miss this time.
30.
But he does. What a piece of fortune that is.
Jared, you require
For Jared
40.
Cole. He didn't deserve this leg at all.
Game
But he's
shot
won
the
it.
second leg.
And sometimes
Jared
you need
Cole.
that little slice of fortune. And even Jared, who was not one to apologise, does raise his hand there in apology to Kevin Burness, who squandered that second
Third
leg.
It's Jared to throw first. $96.
Jared's nickname is the King of the Castle. Well, right now he is the King of the Castle. He's the owner of the Modern Amateur Darts World
97.
Championship belt. Time will tell as to who he's going to defend that against. He's been playing a lot of darts recently, has Jared.
140.
Not only winning that title away from Wayne Warren, but of course, blistering in week 2,
83.
where he won Group A without any bother. And then on finals night, he was in a league of his own.
57.
Hasn't looked as sharp this time around. And that might have something to do with the fact that when he played in week 2, he was coming here off the back of a development tour weekend. So he had competitive form coming into that week. He hasn't had that luxury as
95.
much coming here.
$59.
As we
Jared,
go
you
into the
require
end of the year, there's a lot more
113.
darts being played from an amateur perspective.
57.
A lot of people have been talking about Chaz Barstow and how much choice he has had in 2021 because of his position after Q School.
100.
He has taken full
Jared, you
advantage of all the
require
positions he's been
56.
given. But it's Jared who has position now,
Game
and he
shot
has
on
a
the
second
third
leg of the day.
Jared Cole.
There it is, right there. As soon as he finds his first double, the next visit at a double, perfect. Bang. Just like that, he's proved my point.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just looks a bit more assured on the outer ring now that he has a couple of darts in double.
42.
And the doubt of Kevin Burness is pretty evident that things are not going to be as easy as they were yesterday.
100.
I sense the possibility that this group
81.
could go to the wire. But in order for someone to keep Gary Stone at bay, they're going to have to keep pace with him
57.
by the end of today. When you look at the schedule, certain games jump off the page. And looking at Gary Stone's fixtures for the rest of the day,
60.
I just fancy game 10 between Burness and Stone could be pivotal. That was a game that Kevin won yesterday,
58.
but it's incredibly accurate for me to mention that Stone is playing better today than yesterday.
100.
And maybe Kevin is not playing as well as he did on Monday. But he is in the midst of a big stretch. He played all week last week,
56.
of course, successfully. Second in Group A, second in Group B, second overall. So he played 6 consecutive days,
60.
had Sunday off, and now he's on his second consecutive day again. So that's 8th. This is his 8th day out of 9.
100. Kevin, you require 158.
Might go 18s here.
44.
Fails to get the single even.
Jared, you
So he has invited Jared Cole in once again. Got to go over the top. And has done. That's beautiful. Kevin expects. And it does happen. A bullseye checkout for Jared Cole. Maybe not as big as the 167 that he got yesterday, but I think that one will really make him feel as good as that 167 did yesterday.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
It could be such a different result
122.
if Burness had been accurate on his doubles in leg 2. Things have changed since then.
97.
Just going back to that point I was making about Kevin playing a second consecutive week. He has done that before. All the way back in phase 1, at the beginning of the year, he played 2 consecutive weeks. And you know what he did?
140.
He won the weekly title both weeks. The only player to defend a weekly title the entire year. That was some effort. It is a slightly different format now, of course. You don't play consecutive weeks, usually. But when you play in week 4 and then play in Champions Week, that's the only way you can play consecutive weeks now. And he didn't win week 4. Chaz Barstow did.
93.
He's in big trouble here.
Kevin, you require 143.
He needs this. And he might get it.
127.
Big effort. Great courage.
Jared, you require 66.
But it might be match over. Double 16.
34.
Big chance to win by 4 legs to 1.
Kevin,
to get his own leg difference going in the right direction.
8.
And Burness misses. He can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Jared, you require 32.
I'm not even sure that Jared can believe it. He was expecting to go for the treble 20 with his next dart.
Game.
Doesn't matter because he's won by 4 legs to 1 eventually. And that was a bit of a strange game, that one, because you just get the sense at the start that Kevin Burness let that one go. The 82.95 average maybe does tell you a bit of a story compared to Jared's, but the checkout percentage of 8%, that's all to do with the 3 missed darts in leg 5, and of course, all of the darts missed in leg 2. So some recovery work is needed for Ironman. As for Cole, going in the right direction. That is 1/3 of our matches completed now, so let's go into the second third, which is going to be Martin Adams versus Richie Burnett. It's 2 legends up against each other once again. So sit down, have a cup of tea, and enjoy this one. Time for some more action, and this will bring to a close the second round of matches for all of our players in Group A in Champions Week. So what's going to happen between Martin Adams and Richie Burnett this time? Martin looking fairly relaxed. And I don't think there's a great deal of pressure on him right now. You might think there is with him at the bottom of the table on 4 points. But I think he's pretty much at ease with all of the challenges that he faces these days. As he's up against a man 11 years his junior, but no less in experience.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But that defeat for Kevin Burness is 3 defeats in a row after 4 successive victories yesterday. And I can now confirm that after losing 3 in a row, that's the first time he's done that since week 4 of phase 2. Bit of reparation work there for
140.
The man in the iron mask. But this table is starting to bunch up a little bit. And it may do so a little bit more if Wolfie finds a victory.
180.
First 180 comes from the Wolf. He might not like being called the Wolf because he's Wolfie. But when Martin and I worked for a network on the Lakeside Championship, which was Glendurant's 3rd Lakeside win, one of the producers, who was most definitely from London, he kept telling us where we needed to go and what duties we had. He would always refer to Martin as the Wolf. We had some great colleagues that year, the likes of Nat Coombs, Georgie Bingham, Chris Mason, of course, and myself, and Tony O'Shea. It was a superb year. It was a real privilege to work with Martin at that championship. Fails on the treble 19. Which would have left him a shot at double 18, and that is exactly what Richie is hoping for 81 here, because he likes 45 first on 81. Another shot at the bullseye. We've seen a couple.
56.
It's not the same for Richie, the way he finished off Burness with a 1-2-1 checkout. Tops, and Adams is in for the first leg in 14 darts. Is today going to be the day that Martin makes his move? Only 2 points in total yesterday, but if he goes perfect, he'll be back in the mix.
To throw first. Game on.
And if he wins this game, there will be 4 players in the table on 6 points. And it will be a fair reflection, because everybody will have played the same amount of games. You would have Gary Stone on 10, Kevin Burness on 8, and all of the others on 6. Anybody can win this group still. Yesterday it was Richie's turn for a win. They've played each other plenty of times in the live league this year. They've played each other plenty of times over the last 3 decades. We could go all the way back to the early 90s when they were playing against each other. Sometimes it's nice to go down memory lane. I'm going to save that for tomorrow when they play each other for the 3rd time this week. It's not really a fair reflection on their form right now. We tend to focus on the games that they've played more recently to see what the form is like. But when you're going back 25, 30 years, it doesn't really reflect in a fair landscape what the head-to-head record is like. So what we can say is that these two have played each other 7 times.
45.
And it's Richie Burnett leading by 4 legs to 3.
Richie require 118.
Games to 3. He's hoping for 4 legs to 3 in this one.
64 legs, yeah.
I'm not really that much of a fan of 18's first on 118. But when your opponent is on no finish, I don't mind it. There's been so much of a debate on 118 checkout over the last 2 or 3 years. I'm not going to rehash it.
41.
The most important thing for Richie right now is to take
Richie
tops
require 40.
and level this game up.
Game shot on
And
the
that is
second
exactly what
leg.
he's done.
Richie Burnett.
He's had some good darts today so far, has Richie Burnett. And very much like Martin Adams, he is needing to make a move on Tuesday. And maybe both of them are going to start making their move at some point.
To throw first. Game on.
They've had plenty of games, like I said. But there's one glaring thing jumping off the page when these guys play each other.
85.
It's always very even. Yesterday it was 4-2 to Burnett, as he took a lead in their head-to-head for the year at 4 games to 3, like I mentioned. But at no point
59.
has any player really dominated the other. The biggest margin of victory was 4 legs to 1 back on the 26th of June. But even that game, it was a bit scrappy.
100.
And Richie didn't really dominate it, even though he won by 3 legs. At no point has someone won by 4 legs to 0.
123.
And that's not going to happen again today. This one is going to be a close game.
$45.
It's just getting a little bit haphazard-like in the middle portion of this one. Someone's got to take this game by the scruff of the neck.
83.
I've always thought that Richie Burnett would be really good at limbo. One of these days, he's going to lean back after a shot like that, and he's going to lean into someone's arms.
41.
He must have very good balance. You see how heavy he is on that front foot. It's a beautiful stance, very natural. But when that head snaps back, that left leg gets involved. Nothing wrong with that though. First maximum of the match for the Welshman.
$95. Richie require 56.
Martin got the ideal start in 14 darts. Richie has responded. And has the break of throw now. He is in the ascendancy in this game, and he is doing pretty much what he did yesterday, timing his shots to perfection. He's now the favourite.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Couldn't ask for a better 2 darts to start a leg than that.
140.
And you might think that 140 start is good. Look at the face of Richie Burnett when he misses that 3rd dart. He can assess his game on the fly better than most players.
81.
And yes, he does wear his heart on his sleeve. But that really should have been a 180, and he knows it. Anybody who wants to get in touch today, by all means, please do. At the Asset 180 on social media, more specifically Twitter. You can indeed get in touch with us at Darts Live League as well. You can see the social channels and their logos next to that address. We will endeavour to reply to you or give you a shout out if indeed we can. We do have a lot of regular viewers to the Live League action. And I'm sure there are some people tuning in for the very first time today to watch this match specifically.
100.
One person who really shouldn't be tuning in today is Chris Mason. He should be on holiday, relaxing, but I'm pretty sure he's on a sun lounger somewhere watching us.
81.
Still not a bad position, Richie. Don't look at the glass half empty. He might have some company on 85 in a second, but he's not gonna.
121.
Pretty close though.
Richie require 86.
For 3-1. He needs another one of those. Just gets it.
55.
But doesn't get the bullseye for the second time in this match.
Martin, you require 104.
Can he get the treble he needs? The answer is no.
56.
And Burness got to be just a little bit careful with this number.
Richie require 31.
There's a bit of treachery on this single effort, and he's gone for the single 3. I like that play. And I like that execution as well. 17 dart hold for Burnett, and he is in the commissioner's chair once again when he's playing against the Wolf. So, is he going to get a better victory than yesterday?
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It was 4-2 yesterday.
123.
It could well be 4-1 on Tuesday. But if he does repeat yesterday's effort and gets another 2 points here, he's going to get into the same position as Kevin Burness. And he's moving now. Second 180 of the match. Now Burness has a leg difference currently of +2.
100.
Burnett's is +3. So a win in this match, and Richie's going to go to second position.
100.
So much movement possible. Adams can't really afford much in the way of any losses. He might be afforded 1, possibly 2 over the next day and a bit if he still wants to get top spot. But if he has to lose, he must lose tight. He can't afford to be losing matches 4-1 or 4-0 because his leg difference at -8 is already
100.
a little bit dire.
Martin, you require 143.
In his first match of the day, Richie Burnett took out 121
93
to win the match.
Richie requires
He's got the chance to do it again.
121.
51 required. Goes next door. Needs 95.
95 left.
Not really sure what to do here. He's got a couple of options. He could go 25.
45.
I think all in all, the treble 19 was the shot.
Martin, you require
That's right, Richie.
50.
Take it all. You can't leave a dart on the board. Double 16 to survive.
Game
He
shot
does
on the
survive,
fifth
and this
leg.
one is far
Martin
from
Adams.
done. 3-2 to Richie Burnett now, and he still has the possibility of getting to second spot in this table. But Martin Adams is not going to make it easy for him.
Sixth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
This is where the game can change.
190.
But Richie understands that this is his leg to win it. If he loses this leg somehow, Martin becomes favourite.
100.
And to start with a 180 on your throw when you're throwing for the match, yeah, that's pretty decent. Doesn't get much better than that.
59.
He hates that backup shot though. He's averaging in 3 figures and has done the entire match, Richie Burnett. Adams has done nothing but survive pretty much since leg 2.
140.
He'll hit the flight here and hope it nestles.
100.
And it doesn't, and he leaves a bogey number. He looked nowhere else than the treble 20 right there. He was banking on accuracy on the lipstick.
95.
Oh, and Adams has left a bogey number as well. He should have moved to the 19s. And that may be the signal that Burnett is ready to finish this one off.
130.
A superb approach. And it could well be his best performance of the week. The highest average so far this week is from Kevin Burness of 103.66. Richie could have had a 115
81.
against Burness yesterday, but only got 100.2.
32.
Find this early, and it will be his best average of the week. Just needs to hit it.
16.
And it wasn't really close.
Martin, you require 85.
He's left with plenty of thought. And Adams is continuing to survive.
Game shot on the 6th.
And it's
player.
3-3.
Martin Adams.
3 darts missed for the match by Richie Burnett to win with a 3-figure average. And now he's just got to go some great guns just to get the 2 points.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
If Adams comes out with 2 points here, Burnett is going to be bouncing off the walls.
140.
He's got to hold himself together here and stay with Adams and get a 140 of his own right now.
96.
That'll do. But the destiny of this match is no longer in his hands. Adams has made a career
140.
out of winning legs like this. A defeat will dent the chances of Burnett,
60.
but it won't extinguish them. He will still be 4 points adrift. But you just fancy that Adams is going to get the job done here. Look at Burnett in the background.
140.
3 140s from Adams in this leg. It's almost as if he's seen the checkered flag and he is racing towards it. And even though a maximum is plugged there,
Martin,
he can't finish 165. For an 11 dart finish, double 6 for the 12.
Game,
magnificent
shot,
leg, and
Martin
his best
Adams.
leg of the day and the best leg of the week so far. It came at the worst possible moment for Martin Adams, who finishes with the lesser average. That 99.74 for Burnett, that was pretty much what he did the entire match, if not a little bit better than that, but he couldn't get across the line with the 3 match darts that he had in leg 6. So 4 players on 6 points, the other 2 just ahead of them. What's going to happen next, I wonder, with Kevin Burness up against Robert Owen? Just when you think you've got this game figured out and you just think that you're going to win a match, Richie Burnett goes and does what we've just seen. He bossed that one, but still lost it. So, let's have a look at the table. 10 points for Gary Stone, looking very strong today. 2 wins from 2 on Tuesday. Burness in second position, 2 losses from 2 games. And the rest of the pack on 6. This is going to be a good group. Don't leave it.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Time for the plot to thicken then. So the possibility is of Kevin Burness to get on the winning train for the first time today.
59.
And get himself on 10 points like Gary Stone. And open up a 4-point gap between those 2 players and the rest. Or we could see Robert Owen get his first win of the day.
41.
And he would be within 2. Better from Burness.
180.
He's played enough of this stuff this year to figure out what to do when you start badly and what you do when you start strongly. This is his worst run for quite some time.
190.
And this is what he does when he realises he's on a bad run. He gets himself out of jail. Up until the last match, he'd played 89 matches without losing 3 in a row. But the last time he lost 3 in a row, he lost 4 in a row. But he hasn't lost the first leg. And that's back-to-back 12 darters in today's action. A one from Martin Adams to finish his match. And then, of course, Burness to finish leg 1. Beautiful.
Second leg, it's
Robert Owen
first. Game on.
Who is looking like the sacrificial lamb today. Everybody seems to be upping their game against him.
100.
Sometimes you've just got to draw a line in the sand.
41.
And say, I'm not going to lose anymore today. I'm sick of losing. It's a horrible feeling. And you take that angst out on your next opponent
78.
In your own little way. I am quite fascinated, though, by the next match.
60.
And what's interesting about this match and the next is that the 2 players facing each other have very similar records. Burness and Owen haven't won today.
45.
Gary Stone and Adams next haven't lost today. Look at the maximums, they are flowing. Robert Owen remarked about the amount of 180s yesterday, of which there were 46.
100.
It was Kevin and Robert who got the most 180s yesterday, with 10.
140.
Kevin is in a brutal mood here.
100.
It's a good ton from Robert Owen, but it might be too
80.
late. Double 10.
60.
Oh, that was unlucky. I don't think it came out of his hand right, but it still had a chance. That makes things very difficult. Still needs the treble. And to not get a shot at double from 78 is a mistake.
Kevin, you require 20.
To double the lead. Tricky. It's got to be left of that.
15.
He's got to raise it half a centimetre.
Robert, you require 40.
You don't get any darts back. There's no mulligans in this sport.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Robert Owen doesn't need a mulligan. He finds his way to 1-1, but he's very, very fortunate that he's not 2-0 down because of multiple missed doubles by Iron Man.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 95.
When driving to the Online Darts Live League this morning, it was pitch black outside, and it felt like winter.
41.
But this is the time of year where darts comes into its own. It is darts season pretty much all year long, with the exception of maybe January
82.
when Q School is on. But when the nights get darker and the mornings are already dark, that's where darts is really important. Look what's coming up in the PDC calendar for the rest of the year. Another European Tour event in Gibraltar. We've got the Grand Slam of Darts, the World Grand Prix, the European Championship in Salzburg, Players' Championship finals, and of course, even now, people are starting to talk about the World Championship. The time of year where darts owns
96.
the telly. It's the time of year where celebrities can't help but watch the darts as well.
59.
Last week, there was a tweet to the PDC from Josh Gad, one of the A-list celebrities in Hollywood.
98.
Even the people in California can't get enough of their darts. Another treble 19.
95.
But that's all right, as long as he takes care of it next time.
$100.
This is a slippery
Kevin
situation
requires
if Kevin doesn't
70.
take care of this quickly. Double 16.
Game shot
Very
the
good
third
indeed.
leg.
Because
Kevin
after
Burnett.
losing leg number 2, he could have easily lost confidence after what has already happened today and in the last game yesterday. But he's rectified that
Fourth leg,
situation
it's Robert
quickly.
to throw first. Game on.
Robert's ideal first dart is probably
43.
bottom half of the treble 20 and to the left. So when he finds a treble 1, that is probably his worst dart
58.
in trying to build a score up top. He throws from the left-hand side of the oche. It's a very unconventional
100.
style, but it's a style that works.
$140.
I'll be fascinated to see where Kevin Burness goes on his next visit, because 99% of dart players these days know that you have to go 19s on 3 or 3.
100.
And he does. It's the right thing to do.
133.
And that's why. Splendid. I don't remember the first time I ever saw someone go 133 for a 170 leave.
42. Kevin, you
But the
require
moment I saw it, the moment I
170.
learned about it, I think everybody took notice and realised that's the right way to go.
134.
And after the 133, he beats his own score by 1. Nothing is going the way of the Welshman today.
7. Kevin, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game shot on
And
the
this
fourth
is
leg.
blistering
Kevin
all of a sudden
Burnett.
from Kevin Burness. This is more reminiscent of what he was doing yesterday in the early portion of that 4-game winning streak, which he is trying to get
Fifth
back.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Now let's say he has another 4-game winning streak from here. Winning this, the next 2, and the first game of tomorrow.
140.
He'll still be in the reckoning for the top of the group. That's for sure.
121.
Considering he's missed 6 darts at double in this match, this is quite the performance from Iron Man.
100.
He's averaging over 100 and 33% on doubles, and he's had 8 more shots at the outer ring than Robert Owen.
140.
He's had 1 shot and he's taken it.
55.
This game could have been done 4-0. But if you consider that Kevin has lost both of his matches today so far, his leg difference has been completely washed away because he's now at +2. It's come down by 10 legs today.
100. Robert, you require 140.
Done a very good job of getting it back. Oh, that was close to nestling in.
100.
And Owen's got to start dodging
Kevin,
match darts potentially
106.
now. He's going to get one. At double 18.
88.
And that could have been that.
Robert, you require 40.
Double 10 is a must.
Game shot on the fifth.
And he is
leg.
very, very good
Robert
down there.
Owen.
Seen plenty of him in 2021, and double 10 has come to his aid plenty of times. He's going to need more of them in the next 2 legs potentially.
Sixth leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
One of the other complexities of this format is that
100.
Kevin Burness has had a match dart, but he's got no guarantee that he's going to get any more. If, say, in cricket, you're on 99 runs at the
41.
crease and you let a ball slip by past your off stump, you are going to get another delivery for that century.
140.
Providing that there are more balls left in the test match or indeed the one-day international or whatever you're playing.
140.
But in a cricketing sense, this for Kevin Burness is like being close to getting the century, but he's got to start from scratch again almost. You could say he's got to start from 50.
100.
He's got to put in all of the hard work to get to that 99 once again.
60.
It's a bit like losing
Robert,
a hole
you
in match
require
play.
161.
You could win on the 16th hole, but if you miss the putt, you've got to go to the 17th tee and do all of the driving and the ironwork once again. This game ages you.
140.
Robert Owen, to
Robert,
his
you
credit,
require 24.
has kicked. Double 6. Next door neighbour of double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
again,
sixth
that
leg.
corner of the board
Robert
comes to his
Owen.
aid. Burness was bossing this one at 3-1, and you thought it's just a matter of time before he wins it. But Robert Owen, he is still in there.
Seventh and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Very different to yesterday.
140.
That was when Kevin put in his best performance of the week. Indeed, it was the best performance of anybody in a completed match. 103.66.
121.
2 out of every 3 darts at double hit. And a 4-0 scoreline against the Welshman. What a response, though. After losing 2 legs in a row, he's come up with 5 treble 20s out of 6 darts. And Owen needs another.
100.
What a last leg performance this is. I like that play a lot. Takes the bullseye out of the equation now, because if Owen gets to a finish, Burness would have had to use the bullseye if he'd not got a treble. And it has been proven
Kevin
right there that going the
76.
25 route was the right thing to do. Double 8. He did everything right in that last leg. And you have to say, with the pressure on him after what has happened on Tuesday so far, that is the best leg of the entire week so far. Another 100 average against Robert Owen. He's going to feel like Kevin Burness doesn't like him. Well, Kevin Burness is going to love that performance, because all in all, that 11 darter was delightful. Middle match of the day, and it couldn't be more exciting, really. Top of the table, Gary Stone. He's undefeated today, but so is Martin Adams, and they've got to play each other now. was pretty good, wasn't it? Let's catch our breath for a little bit of time. Kevin Burness with a wonderful last leg to salvage 2 points against Robert Owen. So, Gary Stone against Martin Adams. What can you deliver? The more we look at this table, the more intriguing it gets. But there is a 4-point gap now between Gary Stone, Burness and the rest. Adams still bottom of the table, but undefeated today so far. And he has 2 jobs on his hand right now at the middle part of the group. He has to keep going in the right direction. And for everybody else's sake, he's got to stop Gary Stone from being undefeated going into his second half of Tuesday.
Game on.
I will be fascinated to see how this game
84.
goes. But so far today, it can't be escaped that having the darts is a huge advantage. We've had 7 matches and 6 of them
100.
have gone with the darts. The only one that didn't was Gary Stone's victory against Robert Owen.
68.
Gary Stone has the darts in this match. And you would have to fancy, with the way he's played today, that he will be the marginal favourite.
81.
A 4-0 win over Jared Cole, averaging just shy of 99. And then the 4-2 victory over Robert Owen, which I've already mentioned, with an average of just shy of 100.
85.
He's been really consistent today. And I mean consistent at a high level. But he hasn't started well here.
100.
Martin's going to feel pretty chipper. Ground out that win against Richie Burnett, which I'm sure he's still scratching his head about
60.
as to how he was given the chance to win that match by 4-3. But never look a gift horse in the mouth.
$26.
Just a bit ragged at the start of this one. Quite unexpected, it has to be said. Maybe they're starting to understand the importance
140.
of these matches now. Burness is on 10 points with Stone, but behind him in the table on leg difference. Gary has that game in hand.
81. Gary requires 64.
So Gary's got 8 matches left in this group. Double 16.
48.
And that would have been a very
Martin
ragged looking 18 darter.
13.
This will be an equally ragged 18 darter, but a break. It can still happen.
$89.
And if Gary makes a mistake, Martin is
Gary
there.
requires 16.
He doesn't hesitate.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't
on the
miss as
first
well.
leg. Gary Stone.
If he is a cat and he's trying to use up some of his lives, I think that one of them has just been used up there against the Wolf. Because more often than not, you're not going to win legs against him in 20 darts.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I haven't been collating every leg that Gary Stone has thrown today, but I'm pretty sure that is his worst
140.
winning leg of the day so far. I wouldn't be surprised to see him top the table by the end of tomorrow.
123.
Because let's face it, Scotland have been pretty useful the last few days in darts, haven't they? With the World Cup victory. I'm sure it's starting to settle in now for Peter Wright, being a 2-time World Cup
100.
champion, and John Henderson getting that first PDC title, albeit an unranked one. But he doesn't care about that.
140.
If I was John Henderson, I'd go to every tournament for the rest of the year wearing that medal. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140
100.
Gary seems to have steadied the ship a bit here, as has Martin, which is good to see.
100. Martin, you require 161.
Is he going to stay there?
60.
Yes, he was.
Gary,
Thought the lie was good.
138.
Stone will fancy this. Not just the 138, but the opportunity of winning this leg. .62 left, confirmed by Charlie Corstefine.
86.
Good position. If Martin is going
Martin,
to
you
fail on the
require
101,
101.
but he might not. A very safe single.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
very
second
good
leg.
double 16.
Martin Adams.
Oh, Gary Stone's thinking, I'm going to be in here for 2-0. I'm going to be in. Oh, no, I'm not. Because Martin Adams takes the 101. So it is 1-1.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
You talk about Scottish players getting big titles.
100.
Let's talk about Gary Stone's past. He's won the World Cup as a team in the WDF with Team Scotland. So, of course, in the PDC World Cup, that was Scotland's second title. But they have won the World Cup in the
140.
WDF as well. And Gary Stone was part of that team, so that can't be forgotten. But the year before that, Gary Stone won the Europe
41.
Cup singles. That is a very prestigious title. And I'm sure a title that he's very proud of.
$81.
If I were going to talk about Martin Adams' career and the titles he's won, how long have he got?
61.
He does actually have a PDC title, believe it or not. That is largely forgotten. But it was one of those co-sanctioned titles. It's called the Scania Open from 1999.
100.
I don't have the tournament bracket next to me, but I'm pretty certain he beat Phil Taylor in that tournament, if my memory serves me right. But the Europe Cup singles that Gary Stone has won
140.
is something that Martin won in 1996. So they do share that. They also share that World Cup team title, but Martin's won it 5 times. He's won a lot of things 5 times, including the World Cup men overall and the men's team event.
Martin, you require 40.
But it's tops to win leg 3.
Game
Leg
shot on
3
the
is
third
his,
leg.
and it is a break of
Martin
throws.
Adams.
So maybe for the first time today, Gary Stone's unbeaten record for Tuesday is under threat against someone who he tasted defeat against yesterday.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Yesterday's game was very close. 4 legs to 3 it was for Martin, and that was his first win of the day.
100.
I like the complexity of this middle match, because in a 15-match schedule, you've got the one that's sandwiched in the middle. This is this one. And when we flip the fixtures around from Monday to Tuesday,
140.
it's always the same fixture. So it's Stone versus Adams on Monday and Tuesday. So this, for me, is the fairest match of the schedule. If I had the same amount of
83.
matches coming in, they'll have the same amount of matches after. So this is the fairest reflection on form of these two players. It wasn't a bad match yesterday. both averaging 87. But Gary Stone did rue a lot of chances at double. Only 18%
96.
were successful. And funnily enough, he's averaging 87 again. He's 33% on doubles, but he's only had 3 shots.
45.
Chance to get his throw back. Adams has played better than him so far in this game.
92.
Averaging 93, and he is twice as well off in the doubles department because he's hit 2 from 3 shots instead of Gary's 1 from 3.
95. Gary, you require 130.
Gary knows that 99's not a gimme. But he hasn't found a treble or indeed a big
78.
single. But a good save shot there.
Martin, you require 99.
This would make a difference. He's not going to go tops because he just doesn't do that. That leaves 65. That's what the referee's there for. If you're unsure, even with the amount of experience
42.
that Martin has, use the referee.
Gary, you require 52.
To level things up. That was close.
36.
Unfortunately, that one wasn't.
Martin, you
This
require
one is
57.
starting to slip by. Tops for 3-1. Oh, it just hits the wrong side of the flight.
Gary, you require 60.
Goes over the top. And Gary Stone is fortunate to have this second break
Game
opportunity,
shot on the
which he
fourth leg.
takes.
Gary Stone.
This one was always going to be close, you felt, because neither player has tasted defeat so far today. But it's not been the top-class quality contest that I thought it was going to be.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Very, very similar to yesterday.
$60.
Just trying to look through some of the titles that Martin Adams has won. He has won a couple of tournaments in Scotland. A tournament by the name of the Granite City Open, which is held in
64.
Aberdeen every year. These days, it's not a ranking tournament. It used to be.
137.
Superb tournament as well. I've always wanted to go up to that. I've never had the opportunity. Maybe sometime in the future.
$45.
Martin, of course, one of 4 players to hit a 9-darter here this year. And the only player to have hit a 9-darter in the Live League this year and last year. Because we only had 2 last year. Aaron Monk and Martin, both against James Hubbard.
60.
This year,
Gary,
it's been
require
Martin.
164.
James Richardson's got 2. Richie Burnett has got 1. And Colin Osborne, of course, who got 1 last week.
128.
Great response from Gary Stone. Great use of that treble 18 as well to leave 36. That's immensely intelligent darting there from the Scotsman.
125.
Spends more time
Gary,
just
you
making sure
require
that his sponsor
36.
patches are staying on his shirt. Bust the lot.
28.
Or indeed get the 1 to leave double 4. I can see logic in both. Gary Stone is a man who tends
80.
to wear a bit of stress on his face
Gary,
when he
you
plays.
require 8.
But he doesn't look too stressed right now.
Game
And he
shot
shouldn't
on
be
the fifth
stressed because he's
leg.
got the lead
Gary
back.
Stone.
Martin Adams has let this slip a little bit. He's just taken his foot off the pedal after having the better start. And Gary Stone, if he's going to have an iffy match and win, that's a good sign for
Sixth
him.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It's classified in sport as winning ugly. It's something that great teams and great players have done for decades.
140.
I'm not really sure which sport it was coined in first, but
55.
somebody's O has to go. It might have been American football. Usually when two undefeated teams play each other, because they
100.
say after 6 matches they're 6-0, 6 wins and no losses. Well, these guys are 2-0,
140.
and someone's O is going to go. And don't you worry about the fact that the rest of the field want Martin Adams to win this,
180.
because they want Gary Stone to stay on 10 points. They want this group to be really tight.
60.
I'm not allowed to have
Martin
favourites in this
require
group, and I don't
81.
really have them, because I want this group to be as close as possible as well. Double 13.
68.
When going for that double 13, you don't really think you're going to come back.
140.
But for some reason, Martin went for
Martin,
treble
you
12, double
require
13
30.
anyway, with his opponent not in a finish. The point will be moot if he hits double 4,
Game
and he
shot on the
has, so it's
sixth player.
3-3.
Martin Adams.
And for the 3rd consecutive game, we are going all the way. And we're going all the way for the 2nd time in a row with these two playing each other on Tuesday.
7th and final leg. It's Gary to throw first.
The most popular result in Phase 4.
134.
Just under a third of the time, we are seeing games go all the way. And this is the 4th time today that we've seen a match go 4-3. And coincidentally, and probably
100.
the most apt statistic from that kind of category, is that this is the 3rd time in a row that Martin has gone all the way today.
190.
He's won them both so far, but the likelihood of him winning this one is starting to dwindle.
$95.
Jared Cole was the king of the 4-3 in week 2. He won 7 of them in the first 2 days, but you have to admit, the way that people have been closing matches out in the last couple of games, all you can do is tip your hat. Martin Adams finished with a 12 against Richie Burnett. Kevin Burness finished with a 12 against Robert Owen. And this could be an 11 finish. And is from Gary Stone. That's remarkable. Oh, the quality of the finishing and, of course, the scoring in the last leg deciders in the last 3 matches. Astonishing. Nothing less, nothing more. 91.95 for Gary Stone, and that's pretty much inflated his average from the last leg of the contest, which was well over 120. But 36.36%. Oh, the stats, let's get rid of those. Let's just say that that was a great match, and let's go on to the next one, because this group has been fantastic so far. How will it go forward as we have Jared Cole and Richie Burnett next? a fascinating day we're having. And of course the table has taken another turn as Gary Stone has maintained his unbeaten record for Tuesday and goes to 12 points. The first person to get there. Are we going to get any more people there? Well, that'll be a little bit later. First, we've got to see who can get to 8 points. Cole on 6 as he started the day. Burnett has bolstered his position somewhat after starting in a somewhat negative position on 4 points, but he will be stirring inside after losing to Martin Adams in match number 6. He's had a bit of time to cool down. He didn't play poorly in that match. In fact, he averaged just under 100.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But he didn't win the game. Players would rather average 69 and win than lose with a 99. You get nothing for averages in the live league. You don't get bonus points for ton plus
100.
averages. It's just not the way it works. It's all about getting the 4 legs. And he should have had the 4 legs because he missed 3 darts at double 16 to beat Martin by 4 legs to 2.
66.
If he'd have done that and given himself the chance to win this one as well, he could well be on 10 points.
60.
But as it stands, he's clamouring to get to 8, which is exactly what Jared is trying to do for the 3rd time today.
$120.
That's a bit of bad fortune for you. But it's still not a bad position he's in. Steadily placed after 9. Or should I say 8.
98.
First things first for Jared Cole, he's got to get into a match in a positive sense. He did beat Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 1. And it was a decent performance, but only averaging 87 in that 4-1 victory. There is definitely another level to be found. Will he be happy with the way he's played the last couple of days? I don't think so. You can just sense that Richie Burnett is feeling every dart today. Big slip into the 7.
Richie requires
keeps him in
78.
3 dart range. Burnett is a little bit easier off. Left hand side surely.
58.
Went for the left hand side and hit the dart.
Jared, you require 102.
So this would hurt. Still possible. Still possible.
84.
Just looks a little deflated.
Richie required 20.
After a very difficult couple of days.
But
Burnett does use that perfect guide for double 10 to get himself in front. So if JC is going to have himself another win somehow today against Richie Burnett, he's going to have to work hard from here.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
With the initials JC, he's got to massage his inner
60.
Joe Cullen or his inner Johnny Clayton.
$140.
Of course, when Richie won his world title, it was RB versus RB. Richie Burnett versus
60.
the then named Raymond Barneveld. We know that it's Raymond van Barneveld. But if you look at the digital graphics from 1995, it's got Raymond Barneveld. There's no van in there.
60.
Not many world titles have been contested with 2 people with the same initials. And I'm not even sure that's ever happened again. I'm sure there are clicks of keyboards and
96.
smartphone screens going right now to see if that has ever happened.
$57.
Never know, we might get a World Championship final between Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton in 2022. That is a severe possibility.
190.
But the possibility of Jared Cole winning this leg has just gone up a notch with his first 180 of the contest.
$57. Jared, you require 105.
Doesn't have to go the bullseye route here, which a lot of people like these days.
57.
So he gets a treble-less layup. And that's all right as long as he takes 48 next time.
$96. Jared, you require 48.
Something that he did in his last win was take care of things like this quickly.
Game shot.
He has missed too many doubles a little bit too early in this campaign. But over the last match and a bit, he's starting to figure out that outer ring. And it's starting to click in the right direction for JC.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
There is a sign that some of these players are tiring in the middle portion of Tuesday.
100.
This is where the second wind is very much needed. We've had 3 consecutive 4-3s
140.
for Tuesday's play. And this one yesterday, this corresponding fixture, it was 4-3. No surprise there.
60. $100.
As for how you beat Richie Burnett, it's a difficult one. You've got to remain really focused, like you do with any other player, but
59.
it's a bit like playing darts against a rattlesnake. Every now and again, it's just going to jerk and bite. So you've got to keep your distance, and you've got to be really focused
60.
on your own efforts. I've played Richie many times, and it's not very easy at all for 2 reasons. He is very animated, and secondly, he's just very good.
140.
If you're involved in what Richie's doing, he's going to beat you. If you can maintain your own little bubble, you can beat him.
72.
I think that's a ruined stem there for Jared Cole.
Richie
He uses plastic stems, and that point has just blitzed it.
$60.
Yeah, it is a stem change for Jared Cole. The last thing you want to happen is throwing a dart and the flight falls out mid-flight, and then the dart slaps against the board and it doesn't register.
Jared, you require 129.
2 double 18s. Or that. Oh, so close.
117. Richie, you require 82.
That would have been a real firework shot. One dart at double top.
62.
Great line, just under pitched.
Jared, you require 12.
Jared's had mixed fortunes on double 6 this week.
Game
But
shot
it is
on the
good to
third
him
leg.
once again to
Jared
take the
Cole.
lead. And Jared Cole now is favoured for the match. He seems to be figuring things out as Richie Burnett is constantly banging his head against the wall.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Nothing is coming easy for Burnett
99.
today. He might have beaten Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 1 in his first match, and that was very impressive. But since then, everything has been quite tough.
60.
But I don't think anything has happened in Richie's life that's been easy. He made the game look easy. in the mid to late
95.
90s. But we've always said, because of what's happened in the last 25, 30 years, his book one day will be a bestseller.
95.
Not just for darts fans, but overall. It is a book that I would queue to buy.
140.
And if nobody has approached him in getting a book written, why not?
125.
Maybe his story isn't written though,
Jared, you require 167.
because he's still playing at a very high level. Jared Cole took that 167 yesterday,
139.
going 19s first, and this time he's got the ideal approach.
66.
Things are going Jared's way in this
Jared,
one.
you require 28.
He was well fancied coming into this group. Tricky,
Game
but
shot
not
on the
impossible.
fourth leg. Jared
Beautifully done
Cole.
by JC, and he takes a 3-1 lead. Like I say, he was fancied in this group coming into Champions Week, and his challenge is getting better by the minute.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
He has to be top if he wants to be in the finals after tomorrow. A win in this
60.
match and he's within 4 points of Gary Stone. His issue is that he can't stop Gary Stone today. He's relying on other people doing that for him.
99.
Jared's got a very good record against Richie Burnett.
140.
Not only did he beat him 4-3 yesterday, but of the previous meetings that they have had, of which there are 6,
55.
Jared has won 4 of them. And some of those victories have been quite comprehensive.
140.
You just wonder what kind of electricity is going through the body of Richie Burnett when that left leg and left hip get involved.
45.
Must be an odd feeling.
Richie require 161.
It makes Jockey Wilson's snatchy dart look like one of John Lowe's perfect darts. Does he fancy it?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Richie Burnett.
I said a little bit earlier in the match that he makes this look a little bit easy sometimes. Well, he made that look as easy as shelling broad beans out of boiling
Sixth
water.
leg, it's Jared to throw first.
A 161 finish.
100.
And he's like a rat up a drain pipe. He just can't wait to get back to the hockey and do it again. An extraordinary talent that a lot of people think
96.
has underachieved. The more pros that I've talked to about Richie say that he should have won more than he has. Should have done more than he has.
140.
I'd probably have to agree with that. I'm sure there are lots of people who would put him in the top 20 talents of all time.
100.
As to whether he is in the top 20 of the all-time list, I don't know. That's for social media to debate. I'm not getting involved in that one. It seemed as if Jared was strolling to the line.
100.
Richie Burnett has pegged him back a little bit.
Jared, you require 161.
But JC's got 2 visits for 161 to get the points again against Burnett.
105.
I like the play. I like the elimination of the bullseye. I like getting to that 2-dart range, that easy single to leave a double.
65. Jared, you require 56.
Could well be match over. Double top.
36.
I've got to say, the shot at double top was not good. The double 10 was
Richie
somewhat
require
better.
140.
It's not going to be a skin saver for Burnett. Not yet, anyway.
60. Jared, you require
You don't get
20.
a better chance to beat Richie Burnett than this.
No score.
But with 5 match darts, he's been unable
Richie require
to punch
80.
his ticket to 8 points. This is now a skin-saving shot at the same double. Oh,
70.
that's going to anger him. And he gives us a full pirouette in disappointment.
Jared, you require
I don't
20.
blame him. What a chance that was to take us all the way for the 4th game in succession. Match darts 7. It's getting further away.
No score.
That's now 8 for the match gone.
Richie require 10.
He's going to miss this. Miss it high. Can he get double 2?
6.
No. He thinks it's not meant to be. But
Jared
Jared knows
require
this is
20.
not a gimme because he's already missed it 6 times. Indeed, he's missed it 7 times.
Game,
But he hasn't missed it an 8th
and the
time
match.
as
Jared
he waves that
Cole.
one off. But he does bank the 2 points to get himself to 8, just a little bit further in touch. The average has plummeted in that last leg, it has to be said, because of those misses at double. And that is why you can see Jared Cole at 23.53%. A high check out of 48, but there are things that can be fixed before he comes back to the oche. But lots to think about for Richie Burnett. Gary Stone is about to take on Kevin Burness, and this is a battle of the two at the top of the table. Welcome back, and without further ado, we're about to have a top-of-the-table clash between Kevin Burness and Gary Stone. I mentioned a little bit earlier on in the coverage that this could be the most pivotal game of the day. I'm going to stick by that, so let's go down to the board. I call Tuesday moving day, and the one person who's made the biggest move is Gary Stone. 6 points from 6. And if he makes it 8 from 8,
First
he
leg,
will
it's
mimic
Gary to throw
what
first.
Kevin did yesterday.
Game on.
And that would be 4 wins from 4 in his first 4 matches.
180.
Has he eyed this game all day as the one he must win? Trying to avenge a 4-2 loss from
60.
yesterday. You've got to say that Burness was pretty impressive yesterday in winning by 4 legs to 2, averaging 93. But Stone has gone
43.
up a level today. He's had 2 really good performances and 1 real battle.
100. 100.
As you saw from our graphic about the table, if Burness can get the win here for the 2nd day in a row against the Scotsman,
60.
he'll break his unbeaten streak, which is a very impressive 5 games now. He won his last 2 yesterday,
100.
And he's won his first 3 today. But it would get him on the same points
81.
as Stone, which is
Gary
12.
requires 78.
And we would start to see a little bit of separation between themselves and the rest of the field. Double 12
Game
is
shot
found
on the
by
first
Gary
leg.
Stone, so it's
Gary
a solid
Stone.
start in 15 darts for him. I am just questioning whether Kevin Burness has got enough in his armoury to try and break the Gary Stone resolve.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Burness is a great player, and he's proved it many times. Not just this year, but over the course of the last couple of days.
190.
And right there. But Stone is very hard to break when he's in confident mood.
81.
He's almost reminiscent of that famous stone, of course, in Scotland, granite, which is pretty hard to break.
43.
Another thing that is hard to break is a habit. And right now the habit for Gary is winning.
119.
This could be the game today that we sit back and revel in. We've had some superb performances so far this week.
100.
And I just think that this game is ripe to possibly go all the way for the 5th time today in a match.
58.
And down to the wire,
Gary
but we've
require
seen
121.
that these players can do anything under pressure.
57. Kevin, you require 120.
This is one of those shots that you need to hit in a match like this. Double top.
100.
Hasn't been hitting
Gary, you require
his last dart
64.
doubles in combinations today the way he has been the last few months. Double 16.
Game shot on the second
Hugely
leg.
impressive from Gary Stone, who takes a 2-0 lead. And he does to Burness what Burness has been doing to all of his opponents throughout the last few months. Last dart checkouts.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Games are running out. If Stone gets to 14 points, he will be 6 points ahead of Jared Cole
58.
and 8 points ahead of Robert Owen, Martin Adams and Richie Burnett.
140.
We are looking at the favourite for this group. Burness has got to stop him for himself and the rest.
125.
But even with a win for Burness, he's opening up a huge gap between himself and the rest.
140.
You'd have to say at this point, you'd be very surprised to see someone top this group that isn't one of these two players.
140. Gary,
They
you
play at
require
such a lovely pace.
161.
There's the one. At least that's what I say to myself when I'm in
81.
that position. Trying to look at the glasses half full.
$98. Gary, you require
So another
80.
combination checkout. We'll see him get further ahead.
60.
Not this time.
Kevin, you require 80.
And Kevin's got to start finding these.
Game
Bang
shot on the
on.
third leg.
14
Kevin
darter
Burnett.
and he's back in the match. That is what he's got to do. He's got to stay with Gary Stone scoring and make sure that when he gets a chance like that, it is
Fourth
taken.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It's as you were. Back on the throw.
100.
They cannot be separated by much. A dart here, a dart there.
140. 100.
Yesterday's meeting between the two was a first meeting. judging by the way they play the game,
91.
I think we'll be seeing more of them at the end of the week. Only one of them can get through this group. But I would fancy that both of these players are going to make it to the finals this week. Especially when Burness is starting to hit those 180s again.
100.
He was the biggest 180 hitter yesterday. And he's had quite a few today as well. That leaves 92.
49.
Just going to have to hold his breath for a second here because Gary Stone got one of these yesterday.
54.
Not really that big a hole carved into that 170.
72.
So it's another combination check out.
60.
This time he doesn't get it right, so Gary Stone has another chance to get to 3. One dart at tops again.
76.
This time it's the overcorrection. On 80 he was low. On 116 he was high.
Game shot
and he's now in a level game.
Kevin Burness.
It's conceivable that Gary Stone could have won this by 4-0, but darts is not that simple sometimes. It's 2-2 and we're loving it.
It's Gary to throw first. $100.
One of the things that usually happens over the summer in northern Scotland is a whole bunch of independent tournaments. For obvious reasons, a lot of these tournaments have not taken place this year.
58.
Opens like the Granite City Open, which I mentioned in Gary's match with Martin Adams. Opens like the Portland Open in Inverness, which is very famous. $100. Gary Stone, of course, the modern amateur darts Scottish champion, and has held that belt
140
for quite a while. He is scheduled to defend it this weekend, but the way he's playing this week,
97.
Sorry fans, he's not going to make it. He's going to be here trying to get $7 grand. If I were him, I would have brought the belt.
130. Gary, you require.
He's going to need a brace here. He might need to get the theatrical hook
92.
to try and get Kevin Burness off the stage, because
Kevin, you require
looks like
32.
Kevin has reeled him in. Double 8. It's there with the last dart as well. It could have been 4-0 to Gary Stone, but now it's 3-2 to Kevin Burness, and that's the first leg that Gary Stone has not had a shot at double.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $59.
The tide has turned in this one. It hasn't taken long for us to have 5 legs. But if Gary wants to maintain
100.
that 5-game winning streak, he's going to have to go some from here. He's averaging 95. He's not playing poorly.
135.
But his opponent is being really scrappy. Averaging 94 himself.
100.
The game has been won and probably will be lost on missed doubles. Gary's only missed 3 darts on the outer ring, but 2 of them have been single darts for legs.
96.
You can't expect to hit every single shot you go for double. That's what makes those combination shots so difficult, especially when you're under pressure
100.
to hit them. But if Burness does come out of this with a win of 4-2 or 4-3, he's going to feel
60.
So much better about his challenge.
Kevin, you require 100.
Because he lost his first 2 matches of the day. He finishes
80.
up against Wolfie in match
Gary,
14.
require 145.
Gary will finish up against Burnett. But he's got to somehow cling on to the hope that he's going to get a shot at double top
105.
when he returns.
Kevin, you require 72.
To finish Gary Stone off, it's double 12.
60.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Gary, you require
2 match
40.
darts missed. And I did say this match was going to be won and
Aim
lost
shot on the sixth
on
flag.
missed
Gary
doubles.
Stone.
So it has been costly misses for both players now. We can wipe the slate clean and we can go into leg 7 and see who wins the
Seventh
points.
and final leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely the most entertaining match of the day so far. So let's give it the full attention
99.
it deserves. This is a big leg for Gary Stone and for everybody else.
61.
How far ahead is Gary Stone going to be in the top of the table? He could have
59.
a 4-point gap with his closest challenger only having 6 matches left.
97.
He's protecting well. Burness has not found any scoring at the start of leg 7.
85.
Those darts are starting to wave into the 5s and 7s. Stone gets a
93.
valuable treble. Big gap that must be closed now.
140.
Not
Gary, you
quite
require
enough.
151.
How was that, Mr. 60?
59.
That was very unfortunate, that second dart. This is not over. But it
82.
might be now.
Gary, you require 92.
What does he do? It was a somewhat defensive effort. He's got 54 left. And he will have
52.
to retreat to the back of the room
Kevin, you require
and hope
90.
that he's coming back. Bullseye.
65.
Well, Gary Stone was waving his head as if to say he knows it's going to go in.
Gary, you require 40.
He was wrong.
Game,
But he is
shots,
right on
and the
tops.
match.
That's a
Gary
great,
Stone.
great dart because it was the only match dart he got. Kevin Burness had a couple and he missed them both in the previous leg, but that was a great contest that went all the way. 57% on the doubles. Ultimately, he did just about enough to get that 4-point gap at the top of the table. It is now a question of whether he can be caught. The first chapter in that, of course, will be match number 11. And that is Robert Owen against Richie Burnett, which starts our last third of action here at the Online Darts Live League for Tuesday. Final third of action about to begin, and we now know how much needs to be done to plug the gap at the top of the table. But you don't think that anybody's going to catch Gary Stone today. He's now on 14 points, and he is so much above everybody else. Everybody's got a lot of work to do, including these two Welsh players. There it is then, that 4-point gap. And he has played one more match than 4 of the other players in the table. But they aren't going to get any closer than Kevin Burness is right now. Robert and Richie both on 6 points. And whoever loses this game may be resigned to the fact that they are going to play on Thursday and Friday. Richie Burnett will play 2 of the next 3 games. This is important for his confidence. He lost to Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2.
95.
And he lost to Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3 in his last 2 matches. So in order for him to feel chipper going into his final match against Gary Stone, I think a performance here against the pointless Owen today is key. Just to clarify, I'm not saying that Robert Owen is pointless.
100.
I'm saying he hasn't got any points today. Just before I get any sort of feedback from social media.
60.
I'd like to say that yesterday's game between these two was good. Well, it was all right. Robert averaged
100.
91, 57% on doubles. Yes, that's very good. But Richie was just a bit scratchy in the early exchanges yesterday. Struggled to get some consistency.
100.
And Robert was given just a little bit too much in the way of chances. You can approach this game, if you're either player, with, I guess, 2 options. One, understand that you are 8 points adrift of the top spot.
100.
You're probably not going to get
Richie
there.
Require 112.
So you can relax and just play, or you can just go, I'm not going to settle for that. I still want top spot, and Richie Burnett still wants top spot. Because you can see with that breaker throw that he has drawn a line in the sand. I'm going to take that ton plus check out. Lovely 12, lovely tops. In she goes. Job's a good one.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
People have been hitting quite a lot against Robert Owen today, it has to be said. Adams won 4-3 against him. Gary Stone played brilliantly against him with a 99.5 average. Winning by 4 legs to 2. But he did scrap really, really well against Kevin Burness. Only averaged 88, but got 3 legs out of him when Burness averaged nearly 102.
45.
That's the best average of the day. But for some reason, Kevin Burness does not like Robert Owen, because over the last couple of days,
100.
He's averaged 103.66 against him, and today 101.94. So what has Robert Owen done to Kevin Burness?
100.
Yesterday, these two had their very first meeting. Like I said yesterday, I'm sure they've played each other locally. They don't live that far apart.
85.
But as far as ranking events are concerned, that was the first meeting between the two. And next week we will do it all again. We will start Phase 5 on Monday morning. And looking to get people into the Champions Week
100
for Phase 5.
Richie requires 76.
But that's a long way off. Both on 76 here. Richie Burnett now on double four.
68. Robert,
You just
require
don't like
76.
giving these chances away. When you've had the same opportunity. Double top.
36.
And Owen bends the wire.
Richie, you require 8.
I don't expect him to miss this. And if he is going to hit it, I think it'll be in the bottom third of double four.
Game shot on
Oh,
the
how
second
wrong
leg.
you can be.
Richie Burnett.
The amount of times I've seen Richie Burnett over the last 4 weeks hit double four very close to double 13 is quite scary. But I did get that one very wrong. It was right in the middle.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
When you try and predict something in this game, you can look like a genius sometimes, but these players can make you look like a fool. Like a fool, I tell you. This is not foolish. It's very good.
180.
And I'm going to bring up a point once again. Look how smooth that was. When Richie Burnett
60.
is smooth, he is one of the best players in the world. If someone could eliminate this jerkiness that sometimes creeps into his game,
100.
just imagine what could still be possible at the age of 54. If he was playing in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of people,
45.
they'd be screaming, he's still got it. Because he does still have it. And at this time of day, he's usually got the best version of it. Yesterday it was the
91.
case. He won his last 2 matches yesterday against Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 0 and against Martin Adams by 4 legs to 2. So maybe that is a little bit of a shining light
125. Richie
for
require
the chasing pack.
130.
Maybe Richie Burnett is not done in this group. Maybe he's the one that can peg back Gary Stone by the end of the day. Doesn't like those two.
25.
I think he wants those ones back. Hence the tapping of the forehead right there, as if to say, think, Richie, think.
26.
Well, it's ultimately as bad, if not
Richie
worse,
require
for Robert Owen. He won
105.
the game and beat the score there, but that's about it. He's left a bogey number. Treble 10, the target. Finds
65.
that. That's all good. Only scoring 90 points in 6 darts is a failure.
58.
But Robert's inability
Richie
to get to a
require
finish
40.
was the reason why Richie's got 3 at double top here. I'm not even sure that's closer.
No score.
How is that possible? Look how well he threw those 3 together. They are magnetized to each other.
Robert, you require 104.
That's extraordinary. He can't believe it, and neither can I. Double 12.
80.
Oh, the wire was bent. He can't believe that's not in.
Richie, you require 40.
I tell you what, there are some soap opera looks in this leg.
Game
It's in.
shot on the third leg.
And Richie Burnett finally gets to 3-0, but he had to dodge a leg-winning dart from Robert Owen. What a dramatic leg that was. Well,
Fourth leg.
let's
It's
have some
Richie
more,
to
shall we?
throw first. Game on.
What is it about Welsh darts in 2021? Doesn't matter whether it's
95.
Owen versus Burnett, Clayton and Price together. It's just drama every time.
140. 140.
He's looking strong. And his leg difference is not looking too shabby either.
100.
Especially if he can get across the line in this leg. A 4-0 win would get his leg difference to +4, which would be the second best in the group. And he would be within
96.
6 points of Gary Stone. If Richie's got any chance of topping this group, he must win this game and the next.
140.
He must peg back
Richie
Gary Stone. He can't
170.
afford not to. Because if he loses this game and Gary Stone beats him, that
98.
is a 10-point gap with
Robert,
5 games to go. And that's only 10 points available. 51 and Bull is not going to happen. So Burnett has the chance to win by 4 legs to 0.
Richie requires 72.
Treble 12 for double 18.
54.
Not yet.
Robert, you require 80.
Might be not at all. He can go treble 13 here if he wants a shot at tops. He's got to go for broke. I'm not entirely certain that there was a lot of belief in that dart. It just hasn't gone his way in this game.
Richie require 18.
He's going to split it. Just gets the single 10.
14.
Has missed all of the darts at double for the match.
Robert, you require 41.
Double 16 to survive.
25.
He's not surviving. If Richie Burnett finds this
4.
double 2, he is walking across the line potentially, and that's exactly what he does. For a 4-0 victory against Robert Owen. He has won 2 consecutive games against Owen, and an 87 average is good enough to get it done, but that's one of 2 that he needs to find before the end of the day to keep himself alive, and indeed some others as well. Looks like Robert Owen is out of the running for the top spot. When it comes to the next game, it's an All England clash this time. It's Jared Cole against Martin Adams. Everybody's trying to catch Gary Stone, and everybody is being asked a very, very stiff question right now. And these 2 players coming up in the next match, they've got that question to answer too. That gap looks very wide if you are Martin Adams. If he has any hope whatsoever, he needs a win here, and he needs Richie Burnett to do him a favour in the next match against Stone. As for Jared, he won't be out of it if he gets a win against Adams. And, of course, he needs the same favour from Burnett.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Now, if Jared Cole does get a win here against Martin for the 2nd day in a row, he's not out of it if Gary Stone beats Burnett.
68.
It just makes the job a lot harder.
96.
I'm looking like a bit of a genius. Yesterday morning, I was asked who I thought was going to come through this group, and I said Gary Stone. I didn't have a great deal to base that on. I just had a feeling about him. It's looking like a pretty solid pick right now. But I've been
41.
wrong before. This match will conclude stage 4 of the day, where everybody completes their 4th match. And then everybody will go into their final game,
96.
knowing exactly where they stand when it comes to their possibility of getting to the top.
100.
I have a sneaky suspicion that maybe Burnett can do some people a favour and do yesterday what he did to Kevin Burness in beating an undefeated player in their last
99.
match, in just reeling in the dominant player. And if he does it again, it just makes things a bit more interesting. Let's say that Burnett does do that,
45.
and Jared Cole wins here and against Robert Owen. He will be on 12 points and only 2 points behind. That is the ideal scenario for JC.
43.
The ideal scenario for Adams is that Burnett win and 2 wins against Cole and against Kevin Burness. That will put him
59.
on 10 points. Very much in with a chance.
135.
25 required. Or the bull would have done. Single 17 does nothing really, but decrease the score. Handy. I think he was doing his maths on the fly there, as if he wasn't sure exactly what he wanted, but he figured it out when he'd addressed the board. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it legally and behind the oche.
Martin, you require 40.
You don't advocate talking while you're throwing. I can imagine some dart players doing it.
Game shot on the
But
first
Adams
leg.
didn't need the guide,
Martin
obviously,
Adams.
for double top. That was almost double one with the first dart, but the second one was in a different continent. But it was in the right continent for 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. $135.
Just travelling a little bit on dart 3 there was Jared. I'm always watching for that with young players. And it is a bad habit to get into. Look at Martin here, statuesque. And just a little bit of a lean
140.
on the third dart. Don't get a look at it there. But players like Michael Smith, who I have rapped on the knuckles in commentary many, many times for walking on his third dart. I just don't see the reason for it.
140.
Don't throw your third dart differently to your first or second. Why would you be technically different with the next dart to a previous one? It doesn't make sense to me. Mervyn King is the ninja of making sure that darts 1, 2 and 3 are the same. And maybe Darius Labanauskas is another great example of that.
100.
How much Adams would crave a big win here. His leg difference doesn't make for good reading.
91.
It's -8.
Martin, you require 121.
It's equal worst with Robert Owen. It could all change if he finds a big win here. Bullseye for 2-0.
96.
Not one
Jared, you
shred
require
of air
86.
between the wire and that dart point. Can Jared hit the bull?
Game
Yes,
shot on
he
the second
can.
leg.
That's how you
Jared
do it,
Cole.
Martin. It's 1-1, and JC has found himself a beautiful 86 finish. Very much deserving of a replay.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. 60.
Martin sporting his prostate cancer shirt today, one of the many that he owns. Got to get myself a hold of one of those shirts, actually. Very well worn by many dart players, but nobody better than Martin. I wonder which one he's going to wear tomorrow. Maybe it's the green hooped one with the butterflies on it. That's my favourite one.
43.
We saw some great dart shirts last year from Scott Mitchell on the Live League as he was playing from the farm. That seems like a long time ago, now that Scott has a tour card. I'm sure Scott is not watching along right now on YouTube or via his favoured bookmaker. He's probably got lots of things to harvest this time of year. Jared doesn't really pull up any trees right there. But this game is finely balanced because of that 86 on the bull that he found in leg 2.
140.
I will be here all day tomorrow when it comes to finalising Group A. But as far as finalising Champions Week, you'll have to put up with Chris Murphy. He's a good egg, really. We like the Murph.
28.
We just are sick of his incessant talking about Sheffield Wednesday. I'm sure he's watching along, getting some information
95.
for later in the week.
Martin, you require 90.
He'll be wondering who's going to take leg 3. Bull first. Confident.
50.
Oh, he doesn't find the tops though. That could be costly.
Jared, you require 55.
No hesitation. Well, that's 45 left.
45 left.
He almost left double 5. As far as visits go, that is one he wants to banish
23.
forever. That did
Martin,
not go
40.
well. And Wolfie will be licking his chops. And when someone does that against you and fails to hit a single with their first 2 darts to leave a double, you have got to take advantage of that. That is rule number 1 pretty much when it comes to competitive darts.
4th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Martin's seen that plenty of times in all of the tournaments he's played in his career. Because, of course,
140.
the way that the BDO tournaments worked for its entire existence was that you'd go to a tournament, you'd pay your entry fee, and you could play anybody that entered. You could be playing someone that you know, someone that you've never even heard of. You could be playing another world-class player. But you might play someone who's just not very good, who wanted to have a go. That was the beauty of it. So seeing missed singles in moments like that, I'm sure Martin's seen that plenty of times. He's got to be ruthless from here, though. And if he's not going to win this group, maybe he'll want to be in the top 4. Because
100.
positions 2, 3 and 4 will graduate to Group B, which will be the evening session of Thursday and Friday, not the 6-person group, which is Group C, on Thursday and Friday AM.
100. Jared, you require 161.
He's had a big one this week in a 167.
59.
That's not really any good to him. Needs to find at least one treble from here to pressurise the position of Jared.
41.
Doesn't get there, but the silver lining, Martin, is that 135 is very gettable. 57 needs tops. Just been a bit
78.
ragged on the approach
Martin, you
the
require
last couple of legs.
135.
So this is a 25 and bull shot. Get the 60, and the bullseye is begging for it.
63.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the bullseye till he tops there.
24.
Well, Jared has found himself a double 12, so there's nothing wrong with his doubling right now because he's had 2 shots and hit 2 doubles. I think his biggest problem is just getting there.
5th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And when I say getting there, an average of 83 against Martin Adams isn't going to cut it most of the time. Especially when Martin's got the darts.
140.
If this does go all the way, it will be Martin throwing first. And so far today, we've had 5 matches go all the way.
100.
A couple of occasions we've seen Martin win by 4 legs to 3. He has also lost 4 legs to 3 against Gary Stone, which was a key fixture.
140. 43.
With the way that Jared throws the darts, sometimes I feel that the right elbow tends to bow towards his ribs, which causes him to lean to the left as far as his throw is concerned. He tends to hit a lot of 5s when that happens, so elbow position is really key for him.
100.
That was a lot better, a lot straighter. Darts commentators do get a bit more technical these days because we're a lot more informed. It's not really something that analysts and commentators went into a lot in the 80s and 90s. I think Sid Waddell was probably the first person to get into that, talking about the way that darts fly through the air.
Martin,
he was, of course, a very clever bloke and sadly missed. But is Martin going to miss this?
Game shot on the 5th.
There's your answer. Absolutely not.
Adams
Takes the lead at 3-2 once again. And again, we can say that the problem that Jared Cole has is not the doubles. It is getting there. So Jared, get to the double.
Jared to throw first.
Easier said than done, of course, when you're averaging 82.
140.
But that's only his second 140 of this match. So that tells its own tale. He's had 8 ton-plus scores, 2 140s,
41.
and no 180s. This match has been won so far by Adams because of 140s. He's got 7 of them.
85.
180s are very, very good. But if you can really pummel those 140s, it makes such a massive difference. I remember on my World Championship debut, I got no 180s. But I got so many 140s. I put Adrian Gray under so much pressure.
140.
And there he goes. He's starting to find it now. That's 2 in the same leg. Another one. Needed. Gets it. Second maximum.
Jared, you require
he joins Jared in the zone. Can't find the second 60.
96. Martin, you require 100.
This is for the match. It's a big ask. Just dips below.
$100.
You don't expect Jared Cole to miss this. He's 2 from 2. Make that 3 from 3. And he has had performances in the past where he has been completely perfect on the outer ring. The big question now is, will he get a chance in leg 7?
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I don't think today has been at the same level as yesterday, but only just.
40.
I think this has been a slight regression on Tuesday from Monday, but yesterday was very hard to live up to. But in this position in week 2, when Jared Cole qualified, he got most of his points in Group A from this position. Tied at 3-all, he was getting it done 4-3 the majority of the time.
100.
He's going to be tested once again, but there is a chance here. He's only 40 adrift.
125.
Let's see how much he despises that last dart. If I were him, I'd feel the same. The person who needs the points more is Wolfie. Otherwise, he could well
41.
be out of the running for the top spot. If he does lose, he'd need a perfect day tomorrow, and he'd need every result to go
60.
his way. And I don't think that's going to happen. I'd have to stick my neck out right now. I just don't think Martin's going to get the top spot. Not from this position. It's a bit like asking Burnley to win the Premier League
100.
right now. It's unlikely.
$96.
Nice leave after 12. Steady stuff from the young ace from Hertfordshire. But is this the time where Wolfie gets into 2-dart range?
125.
Yes, it is. It's not the easiest one.
Require 120.
First chance to win the match. Hasn't missed a double.
100.
But has now. You heard that clip of the wire.
Martin,
it was
you
super
require
close.
95.
And this would break Cole's heart. The bull is covered. He was forced to go for the treble for the open double 5.
90.
And he's missed a match dart as well.
Jared, you require 20.
So Cole, who's had trouble on double 10 today, tries double 5 instead. And that one comes up trumps.
Jared Cole.
And Wolfie is confined to the basement for now and will stay there surely by the end of play. But JC could be back in the running. He still needs a favour from Richie Burnett in the next match, but the lesser average, the better doubles percentage, that sometimes is good enough to get you the points, and it was for Jared right there. But the next one is massive. Richie Burnett needs to do a favour for himself and for everybody else against the tabletopper Gary Stone. It's been a perfect day so far for Gary Stone. Will it be a perfect day after the next 15 minutes? It could be less than that, of course, if he has a really, really good game against Richie Burnett, but everybody wants Richie to win here. I get the feeling from the other parts of the table. If Richie does win, he will join Jared Cole on 10 points and, of course, Kevin Burness. But Burness and Cole have a game in hand after this. Stone needing to be pegged back.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Is hoping
Game on.
that he has got a 6-point gap after this. I may
80.
just say this more than once over the next 3 or 4 games in this group. But this is, without a doubt, the biggest
40.
game of the group so far. Because it will tell everybody else what they need to do to try and oust the Scot.
41.
Fair to say it's not the ideal start there for Richie, but I think he's got away with it.
95.
I haven't got any evidence to back this up, but for some reason right now, Gary Stone reminds me of a member of Wet Wet Wet, that Scottish band from the 80s and 90s. Do you remember those guys?
45.
I'll have to look a little bit further into that. Maybe it's without the glasses. Maybe he's a relative of one of them. You never know.
45.
He is wishing he was lucky, that's for sure. But he's been very, very good today. But Burnett is a bit of a master at finishing a session well.
100.
I have a sneaky suspicion
Richie
that Burnett
require 155.
might just do a favour for the rest of the group. He's going to feel really good about his chances after a 4-0 victory against Robert Owen in match 11.
85.
And Stone just survived against Burness in match 10. So his nerves have been tested.
100. Richie requires 70.
First blood, Burnett potentially. Is he going to go 14s? That's a change of tactic. Double top.
30.
I just wonder if
Gary
he was caught in 2 minds there.
121.
Can't have 2 minds on this one. There's only one route left.
42.
And if Gary Stone is going to have an average game,
Richie requires
Burnett
40.
has got to be lethal when he gets things like this.
Game shot on the
And that's
first
a really good
leg.
sign for
Richie
him,
Burnett.
because when he's finding tops with one dart at the end of a session, he's not the kind of player that gets too frustrated if he misses 1 or 2 others.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. What
What I mean by that last statement is that because he's such a heavy scorer, he is going to give himself more than one chance a leg. And here's the evidence of that. That was such a pure 180. A friend of mine and brilliant PDC staff member,
41.
Scott Gibbling, has said Tommy Cunningham, the drummer from Wet Wet Wet. So I don't know what he looks like, but I will check.
140. 125.
I'll have to check later. My smart device is not working. So thanks for that, Scott. But one thing we can talk about are the averages up to this point. And
100.
after game 12, which brought to a close the 4th matches of every player. Averages for the day, 95.08 for Gary Stone. How impressive is that? Richie Burnett with 92.3. Stats are great. Gary's doubles, 42%. It's the bull.
56.
It isn't the bull.
Gary, you require 96.
He's going to need a 60 here. Or a double 18. He went for the covered bed. I'm really surprised by that.
56. Richie, you require 25.
I can't envisage him missing this. Double 4.
Game
oh,
shot
it's the one
mode.
that's close
Richie
to double
Burnett.
13 again. The amount of times he's done that this year, I've lost count. But it's 2-0, and it's just very, very good for Richie Burnett and everybody else.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
So Gary's average into this game was 95.08. Kevin Burness, 92.77. Richie Burnett, 92.3. Very good indeed.
62.
The doubles percentage of Richie at 32.5. That's what's let him down a little bit. Richie with 5 maximums coming into this match. So he's got 7 now.
60.
After 2 in this match. Gary's got 5. And he hasn't got one in this match so far. But for the second day in succession, Kevin Burness has got the most maximums. And he's still got a game left.
180.
But he might have company on 10 maximums if Richie gets 2 more.
140.
Or if if Gary gets 5 more. That is a superb approach after a single one. And Gary Stone's not under a massive amount of pressure
59.
here. He knows he's going to be top of the table
Richie
going into the final day of the group.
138.
So the destiny of a final spot is in his hands. But he really does want to open up that gap a bit more, if possible.
26.
That invites him back into leg 3. He's only 130 adrift. But it
60.
just doesn't seem to be happening for Gary right now. In the same way that it wasn't working for Burness in match 5 yesterday against Burnett. Great lie for a 60.
52.
Fascinating that he went for the 12s there. Because now he's got the quandary of getting the single 20 and the dart being in the way of the tops.
60.
And it is in the way.
Game shot.
Oh, but like Cristiano Ronaldo with a wall in the middle of the goal. He still hits the back of the net from the right-hand side and bends it around Roberto Carlos style. Absolutely magnificent for a 3-0 lead. There is another subplot as well. Richie Burnett.
100.
This is his attempt to get to 10 points and to swell his leg difference. He currently has the second best leg difference of anybody in this group. But Gary Stone on plus 13 is miles ahead. But if he loses 4-0 here, guess who's only 1 leg behind him in that? Richie Burnett. Just bringing Gary Stone's leg difference back down into single figures would be good news for everyone else as well. This is the ideal result so far for 5 players in the group.
$41.
You can just tell that maybe Gary is flagging a little bit. He's worked really hard for his 8 points today. And he might have just hit the wall.
134.
Whereas Burnett is not.
$99.
Sensible. Down to the finish first, but in massive trouble of losing this one to 0. Just don't leave double one.
130.
That's fine. He's got options if he comes back.
164.
I said if. If turns into when.
88.
And it could well be a repeat
92.
of what happened yesterday. In match
Richie
number 13,
52.
where Burnett was faced against the undefeated player and he beat them 4-0. And he's done it exactly the same way, with a steady performance, and he has done everybody a favour. As you can see, 4 legs to 0 brings the points total definitively stuck at 14 for Gary Stone, a 92.49 average, which is very, very good indeed. But he's brought the leg difference back down to +9. And now Richie Burnett will start Wednesday with 10 points and +8. So it's all to play for. Where will everybody else be positioned? We've got 2 more matches left, so don't go far. The chances of these 2 next players on the hockey stating their claim for a final spot by winning this group have just been given a boost. A boost given by Richie Burnett. So what can Martin Adams and Kevin Burness do next? There you see Stone finished for Tuesday and Burnett currently in the number 2 spot. That will remain the case if Martin Adams beats Kevin Burness here. It will still remain the case if Kevin Burness wins, because as you can see from the leg difference, he is 6 legs adrift.
First leg,
Richie's
it's Kevin
position
to throw first. Game on.
So the best he can do is stay in 3rd. A bit of a decline after what happened yesterday with an 8-point day.
60.
But he's got to remain in a nice position going into Wednesday. Got to be ready to strike. I'm completely forgetting about the fact that if Burness wins this match, he'll go to 2nd place on points. It's been a long day. There's been a lot of permutations. And my head's a bit scrambled after that 4-0 victory for Burnett, I've got to be said.
60.
I think the cat has been thrown to the pigeons. And you cannot afford to miss tomorrow.
93.
Same channels, same time, same players, same presenter.
140.
9:30 is Tour the Hockey with the Online Darts YouTube channel. And you can watch via your favourite bookmaker as well.
100.
And if you are planning to take the dog for a walk or go out and about, you can take us with you. Stick us on the YouTube channel.
60.
Put on your notifications and we will let you know when we're about to start. You can listen along or watch along as the dog strolls around the park and you're having a nice cup of tea. And Adams dips his bread in the ketchup to leave himself on a 2-darter in this first leg. It's still very unlikely
60.
that Martin Adams is going to get through this
Martin,
group.
you require 48.
But I'm sure he's been in stickier situations than this. Double 16.
$32.
Can't get the job done.
Kevin, you require 121.
Bullseye in. Bullseye not needed.
97. Martin, you require 16.
He's had a little sighter in the bottom left corner. He can see plenty of that double 8. And there it is right there, because he throws from slightly right of the middle of the oche. A lot of players would see that as a blocker dart, but for Adams, that was a perfect guide to take a 1-0 lead and to get a break.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin is not the kind of player that has
85.
made a lot of changes to his equipment over the years, but for the last 2 years he's been using this kit. Slightly different
100.
stem and flight combo. He was always noted for using an aluminium stem, but he's using what looks like a poly stem now, which is got a pop-on flight, which is pre-molded.
60.
And it has a bit of texture about it as well. If you think that doesn't make a difference, just ask about 15
60.
different youth players these days in how detailed they want their equipment. It is quite astonishing. It works. It works perfectly.
180.
Adams is playing very, very well in this game so far. He's got 2 maximums, and he has now equalised Kevin Burness on 10 maximums for the day.
85.
Kevin got 10 yesterday, so he's got 20 this week. That is very prolific shooting.
60. Martin, you require
But it
91.
is Adams who looks more prolific in leg 1 and 2. That'll do for tops.
71.
You just see that 51 flight shake when the other dart hits the board. He uses a flight that spins, commonly known as spinners in the world of darts.
100.
I was never really a fan of those.
Martin,
I didn't
you
like the
require
flights
20.
moving when they were in the board. Is Martin a fan of double 5? Oh, he's not.
No score.
He takes the score back to 20.
Kevin, you require 81.
And he might not come back for it. Double 6.
69.
That looked like a tired effort to me,
Martin,
and I
you
wouldn't
require
blame him.
20.
He's played a lot of darts the last week and a half. Glance it down the left side of that flight. He flicked it.
15.
And for the second visit in a row, he misses double 5 on the low side.
Kevin,
This
you
time he
require
can't
12.
bust the score to take himself back to double 10, but it might not matter.
Game shot on the
And
second
it doesn't.
leg.
As
Kevin
Burness
Burness.
breaks straight back in 19 darts. That doesn't happen very often, especially when Martin has had multiple visits to take care of the leg.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 85.
Yeah, not much has changed about the equipment of Martin Adams over the years, but one thing that has changed is the colour of the beard. He's like
40.
an old wizard. He's still good at what he does. He's just a little bit greyer.
140.
We were having a little chat this morning at around about 7:45. We were talking about the fact that winter is coming, and we were not resigned to the fact that
100.
autumn is one of the most beautiful months of the year. He said there's plenty of time yet before we've got to get the parkas out and the hats and the boots.
94.
It's just a bit of a situation when it's pitch black in the morning that you think winter is coming, but it's not here yet. Splendid 140 to get in touch. But KB has done very well in this leg.
95.
Nice leave after 12. 87's a very gettable number. What kind of number can Martin leave from here? 121 minimum.
41.
That was not
Kevin,
what he wanted.
87.
Double top.
47.
Very, very close indeed. Both playing under their average for the day. Martin averaging 91.39 coming into this. He's a good 6% down on that in this match.
Kevin, you require 40.
As for Kevin, he is well under his best, but it doesn't matter. When you're nicking legs like that, he's doing just about enough. And at 2 legs to 1 up, he's in the driving seat with the darts.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Kevin's average for the day, 92.77, coming into this last match, and he's only averaging 78 here. In fact, I'm looking at Martin's average. Kevin is averaging 83. Martin is averaging 78. Martin's doubling coming into this game was the best of any player after 4 matches. Kevin's doubling was the worst. Less than 20% for the day. That's not like him.
140.
And maybe that's the reason why he's only picked up 2 points today.
140.
The only person to get less points than Kevin is Robert Owen, who will play his final match against Jared Cole. That comes after this. And it will be his last opportunity to get any points to add to the 6 that he got yesterday.
100.
Jared Cole is really going to fancy the opportunity, though, of getting to 12 points within 2 of Gary Stone.
100. Martin, you require 136.
Standard 2 treble 20s and double 8. But these days there are a lot more people going for 2 treble 16s and tops. The 16s bed, which has been neglected a lot over the years, is starting to become fashionable. One thing that's never gone out of fashion is a 1-2-1 finish.
107. Martin, you require 40.
Tops. Just needs to start getting it a little bit sooner.
20.
Oh, it's not there. The collision with the other dart was too violent.
Kevin, you require 14.
What an opportunity. 3 for double 2. It's in as well. He's found his way to 3-1. It's been a scrappy game so far, but he won't care. He just wants to get as many legs as possible, and of course, deny Martin as many legs as he gets.
To throw first. Game on.
He's already got 1, but if he can deny him any more, He will be in the reckoning for
100.
tomorrow with 12 points and possibly, if he wins this leg, +5. And that will make at least 3 people
80.
really in with a chance. You don't expect Kevin Burness to lose this position.
59.
But we've had a lot of close games today. Lots of ups and downs.
100.
And that hope of Adams to win Group A and to get Thursday and Friday off ahead of finals. I'm afraid
60.
that's not going to happen now. Mathematically, he can still do it. But with only 6 points in the bank and possibly losing this one here, I just don't see it. And I don't think he
55.
feels it. What really has let him down in this match is hitting 1 double from 15 attempts.
140.
And remember what I said about doubles coming into this match? Adams was the best of the bunch today. It just hasn't happened in this one match.
$49. Kevin, you require
Strange things can happen at the end of
142.
sessions. Gary Stone didn't even get a shot at a double in the last match. That's full credit to Richie Burnett,
95.
who did his job. Strangely, Kevin Burness can win this match by 4 legs to 1 by having half the amount of shots at double
140.
as Martin Adams.
Kevin, you require 47.
So this is match point. Double 16.
31.
Oh, that was a really
Martin, you require 77.
interesting bounce off the previous dart. Is Adams going to survive?
Game
Oh, that's
shot on the fifth
extraordinary.
leg.
When he's
Martin
only hit
Adams.
1 shot from 15 and he's on the cusp of losing by 4 legs to 1, he's dodged 2 mismatched darts and then he comes up with a 77 checkout. That's incredible.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
He just doesn't even know the word quit. When you've been through the things that he's been through in his
59.
career and his personal life, he's made of solid stuff. It'll make for
60.
a very interesting documentary one day, I believe. I'd love to see a documentary about Wolfie, wouldn't you? Really get him talking about the past. If nobody's thought of that, get looking at a nice
59.
call sheet and get some people involved. I think a lot of people would want to watch that.
140.
We have, of course, seen some sort of documentary films about darts, like Blood on the Carpet, talking about the split in 1993.
140.
House of Flying Arrows, which it was all right.
45.
I get the feeling that a really good documentary series, a bit like The Last Dance with Michael Jordan on Netflix, that was something else to watch. And we need something like that about darts or about a player.
140.
I'll leave that with you guys who are watching in today. And if you've got any thoughts on that, please tweet me at the Asset180 or indeed at Darts Live League.
100. Martin, you require 103.
He's not just surviving, he's got a chance of winning this game. If he can negotiate this after a miss from Kevin, and maybe going toe-to-toe in the 7th leg.
$71.
Almost left himself on double 6.
Kevin, you require 156.
Wrong treble.
43.
And after 2 match
Martin, you
darts,
require
Iron Man
32.
is looking brittle.
Game shot on the sixth.
Going all the way. It's
Martin
3-3.
Adams.
So many dramatic matches today, and this one is no different. Can the Iron Man find his way to a 12th point of the
Seventh and
day?
final leg.
Let's
It's
find out.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes in a 3-day group,
81.
you just have to negotiate a really dodgy patch. He started so well yesterday against Martin with a 4-0 victory. Everything seemed so easy. But today,
85.
very different. He lost 4-1 to Richie Burnett first. Then he lost 4-1 again to Jared Cole.
140.
But if he can finish with a bit of a crescendo here today, well, tomorrow could be very different.
$135.
Funny enough, his first match tomorrow is against Martin Adams. I've just checked my fixture sheet for tomorrow. So if he can just put a dagger in the heart like that,
180.
he could stand every chance. That now puts him back on the top of the charts for the 180s with his 11th of the day, beating out Martin by 1.
44.
But
Kevin,
most
you require
importantly,
100.
this is for 2 more points.
Game
And for the
shot
second
and the
time
match.
today,
Kevin
he has
Burnett.
finished a 4-3 with an 11 darter. That is closing out of the gods. Fantastic stuff from Burness, who finishes with an average of just shy of 90. But that highest check out of 100, they were the last 2 darts that he threw in the match. And I have to tip my cap to Kevin Burness because he has fought valiantly today without playing his best darts. We've only got one more match to go today. That is Jared Cole going up against Robert Owen. It's all about Jared Cole, this one. If he gets a win, he'll be in the same sort of box as, of course, that man who's just won. One more match for you today on Tuesday, and it is, of course, Robert Owen of Wales up against Jared Cole, who is still in the hunt for the top spot. It's all smiles right now, but as you can see, there is a bit of difference between 4th spot and 6th spot. Robert Owen will know that a loss here and that 8-point gap is not really going to be bridged tomorrow.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
But as far as JC is concerned, just a little bit more of the same
60.
as what he did against Martin Adams in match 12. Some good doubling and enough chances. The ideal scenario for him
26.
is a 4-0 win. And of course it always is. But it is at this point that we need to address the leg difference problem.
140.
He's currently 11 legs behind Gary Stone. He's 5 behind Richie Burnett. In fact, he's 10 behind Richie Burnett. And 5 adrift at Kevin Burness. So of the 4 people going for top spot right now, he's the one that's worse off. That needs addressing. But first and foremost, he needs the points.
$83.
That's a good adjustment
100.
for blocker first dart. He looks like he's got a bit of energy as Jared, and that is something he's worked on over the last couple of years. He's lost a little bit of weight.
180.
Oh, Robert has lost weight in this leg.
116.
It might not matter.
76.
Not a bad try.
Robert, you require 134.
This would be some find. And I like that route of treble 18 first. It's not the way that I would go, but I can completely understand why people do.
14. Jared, you
Tops.
require 40.
Now tens.
Game shot
Oh, right in the
first
corner.
leg. Jared
For a
Cole.
second when he threw that, he was thinking, just stay up. Oh, it's in. There you go. It doesn't hit double 15, and it's 1-0 to Jared Cole.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That was the equivalent of a golfer hitting a 9-iron over water and saying, go hard. Because you think it's going to go in the lake, and it just
60.
makes the green. Jared throws quite a long barrel. I've had my mitts on those darts a couple of times just assessing them, and it is a very long barrel.
96.
It's a pretty conventional setup from Robert Owen. He, a bit like Martin Adams, uses a moulded flight as opposed to the plastic flights you get out of a flat packet.
96.
And you have to find out yourself. Funnily enough, Robert Owen lives in the same town
40.
which houses one of our sponsors, Red Dragon. Very famous, of course. Been there for many, many years.
55.
But he's not sponsored by them.
$98.
Jared will go south here. Can't leave a finish unless he gets two trebles.
87.
Almost does. So if Robert slips up, Jared is there.
$60.
Not enough. So this is where you grace the hockey and think 138.
100.
That might be enough.
Robert, you require 147.
Just hasn't happened for Robert Owen today. He's had a bit of a nightmare. I'll go through his fixtures at the conclusion of this leg, but
7.
he's been cutting a very despondent
Jared, you
figure.
require 78.
Perfect 54. That is a beautiful
Games
78
on the second
checkout.
leg. Jared Cole.
Now, of course, there's never really an ugly 78 checkout, but look at the perfect 54, the glorious guide he's got for that double 12. Then
Third
it's
leg,
used.
Jared to throw
3 well
first.
thrown darts and a 2-0 lead.
60.
Robert Owen's day is not one he'd want to remember. It all started with a 4-3 loss to Martin Adams. If he'd have stolen that game,
180.
things might have materialised slightly better. But after that, he lost to Gary Stone. No disgrace in that.
100.
And then he lost to Kevin Burness for a second time this week. And for a second time, Kevin Burness averaged over 100 against him. So it's not as if Robert is playing poorly.
100.
People are playing well against him. He didn't, however, play well against Richie Burnett in match 11, only averaging 79. So unfortunately, I can't
59.
post any blame elsewhere there, Robert. That one's on you. This leg is very much on him.
83.
It's a lot better.
$58.
Jared seems to
Robert,
have
you
taken his foot off the
require
pedal just a little bit.
138.
But Robert is speeding up. Treble 10. And this is a lovely leg of darts. The demeanour looks a little bit more positive now.
Robert, you require 32.
And he has been pretty decent down in the 32 region today. Hasn't had a great deal of chances at it.
Game shot on the
double
third
eight comes to
leg.
his rescue.
Robert Owen.
And that is a 15 darter for him to halve the gap. So it's 2-1 now. And Jared Cole returns to the hockey to try and elongate that gap back to 2 itself.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
He's going to have to break the throw to do so, though.
$45.
Robert was talking to me this morning at length about house prices in South Wales. I was biting my tongue. He was talking to me about
85.
certain prices of property in the Bridgend area, and I thought to myself, you don't want to know how much the house prices are where I live. It is obscene.
23.
Why wouldn't you want to live in South Wales? Beautiful hills, beautiful people.
100.
Big darts public down there. Home of the world champion, world #1, and other legends as well. That's why you don't see a great deal of people from South Wales move away from that
60.
area. Jared Cole, of course, from Hertfordshire, which is just
60.
on the north side of London, if you're not from the UK, not familiar with UK geography. Just outside the M25 Loop Road. Doesn't live too far away from
58.
PDC professional Steve West. They are indeed good pals.
100.
Westy's probably on some golf course somewhere at the minute. And sending me messages, rubbing it in that I can't play golf for another month.
140. Jared, you require
It's a great 140 from Robert.
156.
But this could be a great 156.
82.
And for the second time in this match, he's left himself handily placed on a 2-darter, but it's a 2-darter that requires the treble first.
58.
The last time he was in this sort of vicinity,
Jared,
he
you
took care of
require
business
74.
without flinching. This time he doesn't get the treble.
54.
And that single wasn't
Robert,
good
you require 117.
because the flight covered his target. Ideal. Very good. Tops.
77.
And that one is a bit like Steve Smith,
Jared,
the
you
high jumper.
require 20.
Way over the bar.
Game
Double
shot
10
on the
is in the
fourth
sandpit though, and it's
Jared
3-1
Cole.
to Jared Cole. He's only one away from finishing his campaign for Tuesday in the ideal fashion. Will he hold and get the 4-1 victory?
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
So, let's talk about
100.
the ideal scenario for Jared. A win of 4 legs to 1 would get him to 12 points alongside Kevin Burness. It would also get him to
96.
+1, which would put him in 3rd spot going into Wednesday. Interesting stuff.
100.
And Jared's first game tomorrow is against Richie Burnett.
$60.
I'm just not sure that there is much resistance left for Rob Owen.
96.
Maybe he can free roll tomorrow alongside Martin Adams and try and spoil the chances of other players.
$58.
It's a really difficult dynamic when you've lost 4 matches. You're trying to snap that streak against someone who has a massive piece of motivation.
87.
And nobody likes to come up to the Online Darts Live League and not get a win on a certain day. It's an empty feeling. It doesn't fill you full of confidence for the next day, but if you can forget about it and move on, then more power to you. Just set it up.
41.
You won't like that, because now for the third time, his setup shot was not ideal, but it does leave him in 2 dart range. Can still get to a finish.
81.
It's a good effort.
Jared requires 77.
But Jared has everything in his corner. Tops.
57.
First chance to get
Robert,
4-1.
161.
Chance at the 161 is also gone. And nothing seems to be going his way. That's a great 57.
Require 20.
3 tightly knit darts. But they are the last darts that he throws today, as the 4-1 scoreline does go the way of JC, and he is very much in the mix going into tomorrow. Rob Owen with a pretty forgettable performance by his own high standards, but 81 and 44% on the doubles is good enough to get his 12th point of the week. It will be an exciting day tomorrow with Gary Stone at the top, as you can see. Burness, Cole in pursuit, only 1 win behind them. Burnett still in it, 2 wins behind him there. It's going to be a fascinating first half of tomorrow's action. We are going to start from 9:30 a.m. via the usual channels, the preferred streaming services for our customers with all of the betting companies, and of course via the YouTube channel of Online Darts. I'm Paul the Ascent Nicholson. I'm signing out for now, but we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30, won't we? Come and join us, 9:30 tomorrow. See you later.